The House will come to order. Pursuant to a motion previously adopted, the House stands recessed until today at 12 p.m. The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. The House and gallery, please rise for the invocation offered by Ron Joy of DPS.
Shall we pray? Gracious Heavenly Father, we praise you and are blessed by your grace and your mercy. Help us to know it's not about trying harder, but trusting in you to provide. Thank you for working in our weakness to demonstrate your power and glory. Help us to discern your will and follow your plans for this day and our lives. Give us a boldness and courage to share your love with others. As we witness to others, help us to demonstrate by our thoughts, our words, and our actions your message of hope and redemption. Please give us a spirit of reconciliation as we engage with those who may not know you. We pray that you continually remind us that we are not alone. You are with us, you are for us, and you are within us. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
The chair recognizes the Honorable Matt Morgan to lead us in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas flags.
Members, guests, and gallery, please rise and help me give the pledge to the greatest country in the world. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now to the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Please excuse Representative Guerra because of an illness on motion of Representative Berry. Please excuse Ms. Jones of Harris because of important business on motion of Ms. Ward Johnson. Please excuse Mr. Anchia for today. In the remainder of the week because of an illness on motion of Mr. Bernal. Please excuse Mr. Dean because of an illness on motion of Mr. Harless. Please excuse Ms. Morales-Shaw for today and the remainder of the week because of important business on motion of Ms. Howard. Please excuse Ms. Plessa because of important business on motion of Mr. Lopez. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. The following resolutions on first reading and referral, the clerk will read the resolutions.
The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. H.R. number 126 by Olcott, H.R. number 127 by Hull, H.R. number 129 by Howard, H.R. number 130 by Howard. Following resolutions by Guillen are being referred to the Committee on Local and Consent Calendars. H.R. 131 through H.R. 140. H.R. number 141 by Johnson, H.R. number 142 by Johnson, H.R. number 143 by Phelan, H.R. number 144 by Perez of El Paso, H.R. number 145 by Perez of El Paso.
Mr. Patterson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House grant permission for all committees and subcommittees to meet while the House is in session through and including Wednesday, September 3rd, pursuant to their committee postings.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Please excuse Mr. Morales of Mavericks because of an illness on motion of Representative Ordaz. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered.
Members, we're ready to begin the consideration of the congratulatory calendar. Please take your seats or take your conversations outside the rail. Chair lays before the House the following congratulatory resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
H.R. number 76 by Fasut, Rayana Santos. H.R. number 77 by Meyer, 100th anniversary of John S. Bradfield Elementary. H.R. number 78 by Villalobos, Andrew Molly on his retirement. H.R. number 82 by Lalani, 250th anniversary of the U.S. Army. H.R. number 83 by Munoz, 70th anniversary of Pearson Elementary. H.R. number 88 by Martinez Fisher, 100th anniversary of Woodlawn Lake Park Swimming Pool. H.R. number 89 by Harris Davila, Ronald Paul Werner. H.R. number 93 by Buckley, Sarah Van Dussen. H.R. number 94 by Schaffner, 75th anniversary of St. John's Episcopal Church. H.R. number 95 by Darby, 125th anniversary of Glen Cove Baptist Church. H.R. number 98 by Patterson, McKinley Wagley. H.R. number 101 by Buckley, Linda Hubner. H.R. number 102 by Buckley, Charles and LaWanda Hardage. H.R. number 104 by Buckley, the Clewer family. H.R. number 105 by Munoz, Palmview 16U baseball team. H.R. number 107 by Curry, 175th anniversary of McClellan County. H.R. number 108 by Perez of El Paso, Michael Neff. H.R. number 109 by Leo Wilson, 175th anniversary of First Lutheran Church. H.R. number 110 by Perez of El Paso, Edith Miranda. H.R. number 111 by Perez of El Paso, Sandra Iglesias. H.R. number 112 by Perez of El Paso, Mary Bajarano. H.R. number 113 by Perez of El Paso, Adair Margot. H.R. number 123 by Button Scott LeMay. H.R. number 125 by Flores, 40th anniversary of Cap Metro.
Is there any objection to the adoption of the resolutions? The chair hears none, and the resolutions are adopted. Members, if I can have your attention, please. Please take your seats. We are ready to begin the consideration of the memorial calendar. The chair lays before the House the following memorial resolutions. The clerk will read the resolutions.
H.R. number 79 by Lopez of Cameron, Lionel Charles Betancourt. H.R. number 80 by Harris Davila, Kent Monroe Wattinger. H.R. number 81 by Harris Davila, Irene K. Michna. H.R. number 84 by Martinez Fisher, Terrell A. Cover. H.R. number 85 by Martinez Fisher, Richard Cyril Bernal. H.R. number 86 by Martinez Fisher, in memory of the 13 victims of catastrophic flooding that occurred in San Antonio on June 11th and 12th, 2025. H.R. number 87 by Martinez Fisher, Robert Barrett. H.R. number 90 by Martinez Fisher, Richard J. Vane. H.R. number 91 by Martinez Fisher, Martin Henry Garza Sr. H.R. number 92 by Martinez Fisher, Thomas Irving Hennigan. H.R. number 96 by Schaffner, Dale Allen Nixon. H.R. number 97 by Hunter, Daniel Anthony Pedrotti. H.R. number 100 by Buckley, Jack R. Wade. H.R. number 103 by Buckley, Oscar Rolando Raleigh Correa. H.R. number 106 by Bowers, Linda Joyce Cox. H.R. number 114 by De Ayala, Chloe Madeline Childress. H.R. number 115 by De Ayala, Molly Claire DeWitt. H.R. number 116 by De Ayala, Lucy Dillon. H.R. number 117 by De Ayala, Catherine Francis Ferruzzo. H.R. number 118 by De Ayala, Kellyanne Elizabeth Lytle. H.R. number 119 by De Ayala, Sarah Catherine Marsh. H.R. number 120 by Wu, Mary Catherine Jacoby. H.R. number 121 by De Ayala, Margaret Gaffney Sheedy. H.R. number 122 by De Ayala, Renee Marilyn Smostrela. H.R. number 124 by Kitzman, Virginia Lawrence Hollis.
All those in favor of the adoption of the resolutions, please rise. The resolutions are unanimously adopted.
Please excuse Representative Sweiner because of illness on a motion by Representative Bohani. And please excuse Ms. Gonzalez of Dallas because of important business in the district on a motion of Representative Hinojosa. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The chair recognizes Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I move to call up the Conference Committee report on Senate Bill 10.
The chair lays out the conference committee report on Senate Bill 10 and recognizes Representative Meyer to explain the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Conference Committee report just takes SB 10 back to its originally filed form. And with that, I move to adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 10.
Representative Meyer moves that the House adopt the conference committee report on SB 10. Does anyone want to speak for or against this? This is a record vote. Excuse me, the chair recognizes Mr. Tenderholt to speak against.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I wasn't expecting to come up this quickly, so I apologize that I don't have notes. My concern is that a lot of the things that we had done on the House floor are gone from this bill now. I support property tax relief like I think everyone in this building does. It's super important to our constituents, but I think it should be equal and paired across the entire state equally, regardless of population. So for that reason, while I fully support property tax relief, my goal is to vote no on this and try to push it back to the Senate to try to get a lot of the things that we did on the House floor added back in. So I respectfully oppose this. I respect the author immensely, but I'm going to vote no on this. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Little to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it is essential that we as a body deliver property tax relief to the people of this state. Unfortunately, this bill is not a property tax relief bill. As I understand it, this bill only brings within its ambit roughly 5% of the taxing jurisdictions in this entity, who have essentially been singled out as being the problem as it relates to property tax. Our amendments in this House brought towns and cities under 75,000 people within its ambit, but the Senate has decided, no, they are not part of the problem. Our municipal utility districts were brought under the ambit of this bill by our amendments, and the Senate has decided, no, you are not part of the problem either. In reality, this bill catches within its ambit only very large cities, all of whom are intending to bring a voter-approved tax rate election anyway. I think we as members need to remember that what we are doing here is designed to bring legislation that will actually help people, that will help the people who vote for us back home and the people who don't vote for us back home. During the colloquy I had with Representative Meyer when he brought this bill up on the House floor, I said this bill is expected to save taxpayers an annual amount in Lewisville, Texas of about $12, about $6 at the Denton County level. This is not the solution to our problems. This is not the answers to our prayers in property tax. This is the singling out of a few jurisdictions for purposes of attempted, not even spending cuts, but to create a gap between 3.5% and 2.5%, which this chamber also cut down to 1%, and the Senate found that amendment lacking as well. My hope is that one day our body will gather for the purpose of actually addressing the question of property tax relief that our constituents demand.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Tenderholt, for what purpose?
the gentleman yield for questions.
Would you yield, Mr. Little?
I will.
He will,
Thank you.
Mr. Tenderholt.
Thank you. So I want to be clear. Both you and I support property tax relief. Is that accurate?
It is the foremost thing on my mind.
So you and I talked this morning. There's 1,225 taxing entities, and this bill includes 55. That's where you came up with your 4.5%. Is that correct?
Something along those lines.
So essentially, the bill includes 55 taxing entities out of 1,225. So there's 1,175-ish that are not included. So 4.5% of the taxing entities are included. That's one of the reasons that we're saying we want equality across the board for all taxpayers across the state. Is that accurate?
That is one of the reasons. I will also express my concern that public safety is not addressed under this bill. It is treated like every other expense when we know that the safety of our constituents is of utmost importance back home.
And it's also a role of government, the safety and security of the people, so fire, police, things like that. are a role of government. Is that accurate?
It's a proper and necessary role of government, I feel.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you answering my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Ms. Troxclair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Standing up here with my colleagues who also are in adamant support of property tax relief, we know that this bill, of course, is not the silver bullet, but it is a step in the right direction, giving voters further control of their own tax rate at the local level. As we have preached time and time again, the state of Texas does not levy a property tax. The local taxing entities do. This bill simply says that you must get voter approval if you would like to go above a 2.5% rate, lowering the current rate from 3.5%. Is this going to eliminate property taxes? No. Do we must come back? Do we have to come back next session and do more if our local governments are not responsive to their voters? Do we have to make sure that we are striking the right balance between local control and flexibility and ensuring that taxes do not get out of control? Yes, and we are doing that every single day up here. And this bill, while it is not perfect, it is a step in the right direction. You cannot stand up here and say that lowering the voter-approved tax rate from 3.5% to 2.5% is not a step in the right direction of lower taxes. As someone who represents both urban counties and rural counties, those in my urban counties are going to be grateful for this additional step. And those in my rural counties are already staying well below the 3.5% increase because they are more responsive to their constituents. So I hope you will join me and my colleagues in voting in favor of this bill. Thank you.
Please excuse Representative Manuel because of an illness on motion of Ms. Rose. Is there objection? Chair is none so ordered. Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes in favor.
Morning, members. I rise to speak in favor, as painful as it may be, of House Bill 10. Tax and ad valorem taxes are the #1 issue that I hear as I go around the state. We have a problem with taxes and with spending. Specifically, we have a problem with ad valorem taxes and spending at all levels of government, state, county, city, special districts, and school districts. Listen to these numbers. In 2021, our state budget was $248 billion. 2023, $321 billion. And now in 2025, $337 billion. Amazingly, the state receives, not only do they not impose any ad valorem taxes, they don't receive any ad valorem taxes. So as quickly as we are devoting dollars in our budget to buy down our school taxes, they're going back up at the local and school district and special district level. This year's budget is $337 billion. $50 billion of that is earmarked to buy down local ad valorem taxes. That's $1 in $7. But as quickly as we do that, we know that the local taxes are going back up. One of my school districts is proposing a 5-cent tax increase. That will be voted on by the citizens in November. The way they're selling this tax increase is that their taxes will not go up. They'll be less than last year because we bought it down with our $10 billion tax cut. Now that is disingenuous, and it is abuse of what we're trying to do at the state level. And so while this bill is really not designed to be a tax cut bill, it is a piece of the puzzle in the tax reform bill. That is to engage local citizens in understanding their budgets and their tax rates and their spending. Local taxing jurisdictions as well as the state. We must discipline ourselves. Stop spending money. We cannot let the test be, wouldn't that be nice? I looked at the 3 largest construction projects in one of my districts. One is an elementary school. Understand it. It's a fast growth district. You know what number 2 was? A multi-purpose center. You know what that is? An indoor football field. It's multi-purpose. Why? Because you can play soccer in there. You can run track. The band can march in there. The 3rd largest construction project, another multi-purpose center for a different high school. You know, when I hear that, I say, isn't that nice? When I was in high school, we had to be outside. We got cold, we got hot, we got wet. But we're not going to do that anymore. We want everybody to have an indoor play area. When I was in high school, we had 1 gymnasium. Most modern high schools today have 3 to 5. Stop it. Stop spending money, as nice as it may be. Taxpayers must discipline the local governments, and this is a way to engage them in that process.
Mr. Speaker.
Therefore, I suggest we support House Bill 10.
Mr. Little, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
He yields for questions.
Representative Hayes, do any of the entities that build school playgrounds or school stadiums or school bathrooms or any other type of school facility, are they in the bill?
No. Thank you, members.
Mr. Perez, in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't expected to speak on this, but when I heard my colleague on the Ways and Means Committee come up and support this bill, I just wanted to raise the exact same thing that was raised during the Ways and Means Committee hearing. All of the cities that were not going to receive tax relief under this legislation were Republican cities. And let me demonstrate my colleague's district, case in point, which will receive 0 tax relief under this bill. The city of Fredericksburg, from 2020 to 2024, their tax levy increased 60% in 4 years. 60% in 4 years, and in that same time frame, their population increased only 2.9%. They will receive 0 benefit under this bill. Bernie, in the 4-year period, 68% also increase in tax levy, only 27% population growth. Marble Falls, in 4 years, 213% increase in tax levy in 4 years. In that same period, a 30% population growth, 0% benefit under this bill. Burnett, 70% increase in the tax levy. In the same time period, 11% population growth. They will receive 0 tax benefit under this bill. Blanco, 119% increase in their tax levy. In the same time period, 23% population growth, 0 tax benefit under this bill. Johnson City, 57% increase in their tax levy. In that same period, 9% population growth. They will get 0 benefit under this bill. Vote against this bill. Makes no sense.
Ms. Trosclair, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Happy to.
He yields for questions.
I thought you might want to know, since you're not from there, it's pronounced Burnett.
Bernie. I said Bernie.
Burnett, not Burnett.
Oh,
for
I
next
apologize.
time.
Well,
So I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Perez, how much spending is okay with you? Because you're in opposition to lowering the voter approved rate from 3.5% to 2.5%. So what would you like to see the cap at?
Representative Troxclair, my only point of my remarks was that 0% of your constituents will see tax relief under this bill. Plain and simple. I'm not here to say what are the appropriate levels. I'm just here to tell your constituents that while you're coming up here to support property tax relief and making the claim that they're going to see lower tax bills, the reality is 100% of your constituents will see 0% benefit.
I am so glad to have another expert on my district. Would it surprise you to know that I represent Travis County and I do in fact represent residents in the city of Austin?
Right, and to my point, It is the Democratic cities that will see the largest benefit in this bill, not the Republican ones.
So right now, do you know what the city of Austin has proposed to increase their tax rate?
All I know is that this bill will impact the city of Austin. They will see a lower 2.5%. This is what we discussed in Ways and Means, but all the other cities in your district, none of them will see a benefit.
I'm confused because you started out by saying that none of my constituents will see a benefit. Now you're
Then
saying not
let
all
me
of my
stand corrected.
constituents will see a
The
benefit.
people in the city of
I'm sorry,
Austin
I would just
will
like
see
to
a
ask a
benefit.
question.
Go ahead.
Members, please make sure you use question and answer and don't talk over each other.
So, Mr. Perez, my question was, do you know what the city of Austin is proposing for their property tax increase this year?
I do not. Again, I only know the merits of this bill, and I only know that the city of Austin will be impacted. I haven't looked at the specifics of your bill, but again, the majority of your constituents won't be impacted by this bill.
So the property tax increase that the city of Austin is proposing that will be on the ballot this November is a nearly 25% increase, which we did talk about in committee. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
The tax increase that the city of Austin is proposing this year, which will be on the ballot this November because it exceeds the 3.5%, is a whopping 24%. Do you remember that we had a long discussion about this in committee?
And I'm sorry, Representative Troxler, I mean, it was brought to my attention that you represent 700 residents in the city of Austin. Is that correct?
So,
I'm just sorry, is that correct that you represent 700 residents out of your entire
Thank you.
district of 200,000 people? 700 residents will benefit from this bill?
thank you for your correction to your earlier statement that I don't represent any constituents who will be impacted by this bill.
I stand corrected. 700 of your 200,000 constituents will benefit from this bill.
How many, Mr. Perez, how many constituents do you think it would be appropriate for me to fight for property tax relief for?
I think any time you can benefit at least the majority of your constituents, I certainly hope that every decision that we make here at least benefits the majority of our constituents.
So let me just help me understand here. So if 49% of somebody's constituents in this body will not receive lower property taxes, that doesn't reach your level. So you must have a constituency that will benefit over 51%. Can you remind me what city you represent?
City of El Paso, Texas, where 100% of the constituents will see tax relief under this bill. Much more than the 700 in your district.
So 100% of your constituents would receive property tax relief under this bill.
That's absolutely correct.
And you are speaking in opposition to this bill.
I'm telling you, because let me tell you, because this $12, as your own colleagues have said, the $12 that is going to, I do not believe is the right way to do it. If you want to talk about real property tax relief, I'm happy to have that conversation. But providing my constituents $12 property tax relief and making it sound like they're going to save hundreds of dollars, as your speech alluded to, I'm sorry. Yes, I can proudly tell my constituents that I don't believe $12 is enough in property tax relief.
How much would you support? How much would you like to reduce the voter approved rate?
I supported the bill that provided up to $200,000 property tax exemption, which means that 100% of my constituents, as long as their property value is under $200,000, they won't pay any more in school taxes. If you want to have a conversation about increasing the property tax exemption, I'm happy to have that conversation. But again, 700 residents who are going to benefit $12 from your bill, I think it's a bad deal.
Mr. Perez, did you vote for this exact same bill as is out of committee?
I absolutely did, so that I could come here and give you my reasoning as to why I don't support it overall. Because as you know, if I voted against it, they're just going to say, well, here's another Democrat that just votes against everything. That's not the case.
Okay, so you voted for this bill out of committee, and your justification is you wanted to somehow oppose it. I shouldn't vote for it because only some of my residents will benefit, but you're voting against it because 100% of my residents, are going to benefit. So I'm just curious, are you going to be prepared to work together next session for more than $12 of property tax relief?
Let's be clear. I'm sorry. Let's just make a correction. There were two bills that we considered in committee. I voted against this one out of committee, FYI. I'm sorry. And so what was your question?
How much property tax relief are you willing to vote for?
As I indicated, if you want to talk about property tax exemptions, which I think is a much more equitable way to deliver property tax relief for the majority of Texans, I'm happy to have that conversation. Under this bill, let's put it this way. Under the property tax bill that we passed, where there was a $200,000 homestead exemption, the average saving to property taxpayers in my district is over $600. If you want to have that conversation, I think that was a bill that delivered real property tax relief.
Sure. So I'm happy to follow up with you. As you might know, the more that you exempt, which we have done plenty of exemptions, you have probably heard me talk about how during my time on the Austin City Council, I did institute the city's first homestead exemption and got it up to 10, and then now it's 20%. And we've also supported further homestead exemption relief in this body. But when you do exemptions, there's a cap to how much you do, because that's just pushing the burden onto everybody else, correct?
Well, that didn't stop you from raising the homestead exemption on business personal property and other bills that came up this session.
Yes, we did that, which is exactly what you just said you were advocating for.
Right.
More
so what's
exemptions.
your, I mean, so I don't understand what your point is. What's the point of your question?
I don't know. I'm having a hard time following your logic here, but suffice to say, I would love to work with you next session on a total spending cap or a total revenue cap or something else that will provide real property tax relief without the local jurisdictions eating it up. This is one step in the right direction, and I hope you will join me in supporting it.
Well, thank you, Representative. I'm very glad that at the very least we could agree that only 700 out of the 200,000 constituents that they represent will see tax relief under this bill, but the vast majority of your constituents will see zero. You did not refute that at the microphone. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You've heard a lot of arguments. I'm not going to get into the merits as to whether this is good tax policy or not, but let me just tell you, I've been on Ways and Means since 2011, and I've never seen legislation where the House has taken a position and spoken pretty profoundly to not have that taken into account and any deference given to the will of this House. Remember, the law that we have in front of us was passed in 2019, and that was a big deal back then, but the saving grace always was, we're going to lower this rate, but if you want to spend more, you have to get voter approval. And they didn't care. And even back then, there were cities that were carved out, but for everybody else that was in it, they had to get voter approval. And apparently that's not good enough now, that voters are approving the spend, and that's not good enough, so we're going to take it down another percentage point. We already know that police and fire are 2/3 of a city budget, and there was no grace, there was no room to hold them harmless. When a city adopts a budget, if they're going to spend on first responders, they should be given a hold harmless. That was the position taken on this floor last week, and for that to not even make the final cut in the conference, I tell you, I think for those of you that don't know what to do on policy, that's one thing, but on process, you should vote the process. If you voted to carve out your local police and fire and you don't see it in that conference report, that alone is a reason to vote no. That's why I'm voting no, and that's why many other people are voting no. And I would encourage you to vote no so that we can get a proposal back that actually takes into account the things we talked about, the things we voted for, the things we wanted to see in SB 10, which is not here today. So maybe for a lot of us, it's going to be no, but maybe for some of you, it's just not now. I'm not going to vote for it now because it's not right. Bring me something that I can live with. Bring me some protections from my local government so that we can make local spending decisions and those be honored at home, and we're not going to be penalized for making those investments. So I urge you to vote no.
Mr. Toth in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is my 5th session in the Texas House, and every time I continue to hear, no, this is not the perfect property tax relief bill, but it's a start. No, it's not the silver bullet, but it's a start. Bull. Bull crap. It's not even a start. Last year, we told people we're going to compress your property taxes with $10 billion of buy down. How many of y'all's taxes went down? Mine went up $2,000. Good for you, Jared. I'm happy for you. Mine went up $2,000. I have 4 different properties. They all went up. They all went up big. Why? Because we have done nothing to rein in local property taxing entities. We've got the opportunity to do something here. It's not great, but we can surely do better than this. A no vote right now does not kill Senate Bill 10. A no vote sends it back to the Senate and it asks them to do better. It sends it into conference and it asks the two sides to come together and work harder for Texas taxpayers. Two things this body has failed on over the past 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 sessions. We have not reined in local property tax spending, and we have not reined in, hate to say this, but taxpayer-funded lobbying. Is that going to die this session too? Because that's the reality, is that those two entities, local property taxes and taxpayer-funded lobbying, you'd think that this body was working for lobbyists and local governments and not the people that actually elected us.
Mr. Speaker,
Ask line for what purpose?
would the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions.
Yes.
Yields for questions.
So, Representative Toth, it's my understanding that we had some great amendments that went on this bill. One of them brought it down to 1%, from 2.5 down to 1. Another one made sure that MUDs were included, which is much of our taxing entity. Another one made sure that even our Republican cities would rein in this local spending. And it's my understanding that those amendments were stripped in the Senate. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so today, if we vote no, what we're saying is we're voting no on this committee report that stripped the amendments that we as the House said were necessary to give meaningful property tax relief. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I'll be voting no on this today because I believe it needs to be sent back to the Senate so that those amendments can be considered. Is that a fair assessment to say the only way that we're going to ensure that our Republican cities and our towns, our smaller towns, are actually held accountable to lower their spending is if we send this back to the Senate?
Correct.
Thank you, Representative Toth.
Again, members, a no vote does not kill Senate Bill 10. A no vote simply says the Senate and the House need to come together and we need to do better on behalf of taxpayers across the state of Texas. They deserve more. They absolutely do. Please vote no.
Mr. Meyer to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, this works in conjunction with the $6 billion in property tax relief that we provided during the regular session, homestead exemption, business personal property tax reduction. This is another tool in our toolbox on bringing down property taxes and getting voters involved in the process by having them have a say when they want to go over 2.5%. It is a good deal that we worked out with our fine friends over in the Senate and look forward to having this passed today. And with that, I move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the conference committee reports. A record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Meyer voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 60 ayes, 71 nays. The conference committee report is not adopted. Members, we're about to go on the calendar. Chair lays out on second reading House Bill 18. Clerk will read the bill.
HB number 18 by Shaheen, relating to the making to or acceptance of political contributions by and the making of political expenditures by a member of the legislature during certain absences from the state, authorizing a civil penalty.
Mr. Shaheen to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a floor substitute to offer.
The following amendment, clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Shaheen.
Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 18 establishes penalties for lawmakers who intentionally break quorum for the purpose of bringing the Texas legislature to a halt. The bill does this by prohibiting legislators from fundraising or making certain expenditures while absent for the purposes of breaking quorum. In the past, legislators have used quorum breaks to raise political funds, creating concerns that members were benefiting financially while preventing the Texas legislature from conducting its work. Current law does not limit fundraising or expenditures during these unexcused absences, only during the moratorium period during years where we're in session. This current arrangement creates a financial incentive to break quorum. HB 18 establishes clear restrictions to ensure that there is no financial benefit while breaking quorum. It prohibits members absent without an excused absence for quorum breaking purposes from accepting contributions larger than their daily legislative per diem or from paying for travel-related expenses with campaign funds. The bill authorizes civil penalties of up to $5,000 per violation, with enforcement through the district court proceedings and exclusive appellate jurisdiction in the 15th Court of Appeals. This proposed legislation will help discourage financial gain from unexcused absences. HB 18 strikes a careful balance between the right of the legislative minority to resist legislation and the prerogative of the majority to conduct business. By passing HB 18, the legislature ensures that members cannot financially benefit from quorum-breaking absences and helps to protect the integrity of our legislative process. The key differences between the introduced bill and the floor substitutes: there are clear definitions that have been added. The introduced bill used more general language about being absent without leave for quorum-breaking purposes. The substitute creates a term, impeding absence, with the specific criteria that the chamber must have ordered the return of members, issued civil warrants, and the member must be without leave, absent without leave. This gives us clarity and prevents disputes over when the law applies. The organizational structure has also changed. The introduced bill placed everything in a single section of statute, whereas the substitute creates an entire subchapter G with multiple sections, covering items such as definitions, prohibited conduct, etc. The substitute removes the contribution offense and penalty for an individual who contributes to a member who has broken quorum, and the effective date has also been changed. The introduced version did not specify an effective date, and the substitute clarifies that the law applies only to contribution expenditures made after the act takes effect, and sets the effective date as the 91st day after the session adjourns. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'm open to yielding for questions.
Mr. Busey, for
Mr.
purpose.
Speaker, will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Sure, I'd be happy
He yields
to.
for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Shaheen, in committee, when you laid this bill out, you agreed that as far as the courts are concerned, money is political speech in our back and forth. So if the courts agree that money is political speech, why are you bringing a bill that would stop a subset of the body here, treat them as a separate category, and restrict their political speech?
Members are allowed to receive contributions except for the moratorium in this case when they're breaking quorum, but otherwise members do have that right to raise the capital funds they need for an election.
Yeah, but so you're going to create two different classes of the Texas legislature, right? There's going to be the class
No.
that is here and the class that is using their political right
No,
to break
Article
quorum,
10
and then treat them separately by saying they can fundraise this and they can fundraise this.
No,
Is that
Article
not
3
correct?
of the Constitution, sections 10 and 11, dictate that the legislative bodies have the right to do what they can to establish a quorum.
To compel quorum, correct?
That's exactly right.
Yeah, I've read it. So my question is, as you agreed in committee that the courts have already ruled that money is political speech, does your bill not create two groups here?
No.
The group that is, it doesn't.
No.
So everyone under your bill will be treated the same.
Any individual that breaks quorum is subject to this bill.
And subject to this bill, they will be restricted on how much they can fundraise, correct?
If a member breaks quorum and is absent for the purposes of breaking quorum, this legislation would apply.
So, to understand what this legislation does, even though we agreed together that the courts have ruled that money is political speech, this will limit that political speech of a subgroup of the Texas legislature. Is that correct?
The sections 10 and 11 of the Constitution
Sure.
for Article 3 establishes that the legislative bodies can do what they feel necessary to compel members to meet quorum. That's what this is falling underneath. It does not create two separate classes.
Does it say that some groups of the Texas legislature, let's say the people that were on the House floor during the most recent quorum break, I know this is forward thinking, but let's just use it as an example because maybe we're confused here. The people that were here and present that did not have a call against them, a call in the House against them, what would they be allowed to fundraise?
Members that are not absent for quorum breaking purposes can still raise money under this statute.
And the group that were absent for quorum breaking purposes under this statute moving forward, what would they be allowed to fundraise?
They would be punished, so they would not be allowed, while they are absent breaking quorum, from raising funds over the per diem amount.
What's the per diem amount? I'll cheat. It's $221.
Not enough, I can tell you that.
So we agree on that too, I think. So you've got members here can raise more than $221, is that correct?
Members that are not breaking quorum?
Correct.
Yeah, there's no limit.
So they can
for them.
raise millions if they're good at this.
If they're good, I can never do that.
And people breaking quorum can do what?
People that are breaking quorum, what this are absent and breaking quorum, what this statute does is it places a limit on the campaign contribution that they can receive, and it also prevents them from political expenditures for travel and
So
like.
we're talking about two separate groups now.
No,
We've
those
got
aren't two separate
some
groups.
members
Just
of the
because you're
legislature that
punishing
can raise whatever they
just
want.
because you're punishing certain individuals of the legislative body.
You're pre-punishing them?
No, but just because you're punishing members for violating the rules doesn't mean that you're treating them. They're not a separate class, if you will.
Well, they haven't had a due process hearing or anything like that after the fact to justify why they were where they were
The bill
doing.
establishes a due process procedure where somebody can go to the.
I agree it does. I've
Okay.
even read your committee sub, your floor layout here.
Okay.
What I'm saying is that you are pre-saying these people before their due process hearing, we're going to limit them and treat them as one class while this group gets to be treated as another class.
No, that's inaccurate. There's nothing to prevent us. In fact, the Constitution says that we can establish rules and punishment as a legislative body, and that's what HB 18 does.
To compel quorum.
Well, Section 11 actually just says that we can establish rules and
Understood.
penalties. Section 10 of Article 3 talks about establishing quorum.
Understood, but we both agree that the courts have ruled that money is political speech. And now you are saying we're going to have this class of people that can raise as much political freedom and speech as they want, and this class, we're going to limit their political speech.
There's a concern expressed that individual that are raising money off of stopping the legislative process is concerning, and so that's the reason for the bill.
There's a lot of things that are concerning. It doesn't mean it's in compliance with the court rulings, right? We
This
can
does
be
comply.
upset about a lot of things.
This bill does comply with court rulings.
No, I understand. I'm just trying to get to the point before we move on to the rights of quorum break here, that this bill is establishing two classes of the Texas legislature in violation of the court's ruling that you agree with that money is political speech.
That's inaccurate.
Which part?
It does not create two classes.
But you
of
agree with the other
legislators.
part.
No, what I specifically said was sections 10 and 11 of Article
No, I'm
3 of
talking
the
about the political speech
Constitution
part.
allows this legislative body to do what it takes to meet quorum, and it also can establish rules with penalties, and that's what HB 18 does.
Yeah, but you're pre-limiting a group of people from what they can raise before their due process hearing.
It's not a group of people, it's individuals that are absent
Well, to
from
break
the
quorum, it
chamber, and then they
requires a
break
minimum
quorum.
of 51. It requires over a third, right? So it is a group that are acting as a unit, as a
No, they're
group.
individual members that are making decisions on their own whether they're going to be absent and break quorum.
So your bill, if there's just one person absent out of state because they want to send a protest of quorum break, that you could go get them.
I don't think
even
that
though we
breaks-
have a quorum established.
I don't think that breaks quorum. The bill
Correct.
says for the purposes of breaking quorum.
Agreed, meaning there's a group of people acting as a unit that go and do this, a class of this body.
I disagree with the way you're
All right,
describing the bill.
in committee, you also agreed that we have a constitutional right to quorum break, did you not?
Article 10 and 11 imply that there is a right for the minority to break quorum, and
So-
that there's actions that can be taken by the legislative bodies.
Understood. And we have some of those, right? I mean, we can do the call on the House. We can waste taxpayer dollars sending police to people's houses that we know are in another state. So we have mechanisms, right, that we do. Let me ask you this. If you agree, we've already talked about the two classes. Now we're talking about the right to quorum, which you agree there is a right to do so. Is it fair to say that this bill is more about stopping dissent and intimidation than an actual penalty?
The purpose for this is a penalty.
It's not about dissenting political opposition.
No, it's about punishment, and it's about making sure that there's not a financial gain by members who break quorum and their campaign accounts get hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars of donations because they're breaking quorum.
I'm wondering if you agree that we have a constitutional right to quorum break, why would you bring legislation that seems clearly to be an attempt to intimidate political opposition that are utilizing their constitutional right?
I don't believe in political intimidation, and that's not what this bill does.
So what does this bill do?
This bill punishes individuals that are absent from the Capitol for the purposes of stopping the legislative process in the Texas legislature.
But this bill takes a group of people of this body and says, we are going to limit your political speech through fundraising before you've even had a due process hearing before this body to handle it internally because of what?
Again, if there's a statement of fact, somebody does get due process. They can go to the
Sure.
president of the Senate, they can go to the Speaker of the House and issue a statement of fact, and then that.
But
head
was
of
their
that-
right to political speech not already infringed at that point?
No,
Why not?
because they're still able.
They haven't even
to-
had the due process here.
They're still able to make commentary, post on social media. They have all the free speech rights that they want.
You are punishing with this bill, pre-punishing a member against taking a constitutional action that they have a right to do.
I'm establishing a rule. I'm not pre-punishing anybody.
You are saying these members do
This
not
doesn't
have...
go into effect till 91 days after session ends, so I'm not pre-punishing anybody.
Well, you're pre-punishing the next group of people that choose to unite to break quorum under their constitutional right.
I'm establishing a statute that will enable the body to punish individuals that are absent for the purposes of breaking quorum and halting the legislative process in the state of Texas.
Yeah, so you're going to put on punishments against an elected lawmaker elected by their constituents to say that they will not have the same rights as a different lawmaker, even though they are
They have the
using a
same rights.
constitutional guaranteed
They have the
right.
same rights. Again, this is just punishment. And we have the right, the Constitution says we have the right to compel individuals to come back and meet quorum
If their
And Section
speech
11
is being
says that we
limited,
can establish
I'm sorry.
rules and have punishments. I mean, this
But-
this bill is very much in line with Article 3 of the Constitution.
But if their freedom of speech through fundraising,
They're free to say anything they want.
but the courts have ruled that money is speech, and you agree with that.
That's
and
right.
you're limiting money as speech
No.
to a group of people ahead of the fact.
They can receive the amount of the per diem every day.
This is an act that is saying this group of people using a constitutional right that you fundamentally agree with, under a court ruling that you fundamentally agree with, are going to be treated different, and we're going to limit that. You can't go back and make
We're not
that up.
treating any-
If they're
we're not
found
treating it- it's
in their own
inaccurate
due
to
process
say-
hearing, they can't go back in time and re-get those contributions. We have limited their right to speech through that process.
It's inaccurate to say that this piece of legislation treats one group differently than the other. The Constitution is very clear. We can compel quorum. Each body can establish the rules, and they can enforce the rules, including punishment. That's what HB 18 does.
Representative, how did you come to the money amount?
It's the per diem amount.
Why that number?
Because it's the per diem amount. I based it on the per diem.
I'm just asking why. Why did you pick that?
To ensure that the bill aligned with previous court cases.
Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Sure. There's a case that made to the U.S. Supreme Court. It had to do with Vermont's strict campaign finance laws that were found unconstitutional. So I read that opinion and wrote the bill in such a way where it would survive a similar challenge.
And just to be clear, you wrote this bill.
You always ask me when I come to the floor with a bill. Yes, I wrote it.
Well, it's
Ledge
not always the
Counsel-
case.
Ledge Counsel wrote it. How's that?
So I just think it's important that our colleagues know through this exchange that just so I understand your bill, the group of people that are here can fundraise under the courts, because it's speech, an unlimited amount of money, correct?
That are here. You mean like here
That are
at the
part-
Capitol doing their job and not abandoning
No,
their
I mean people that are
constituents?
here at the Capitol.
That are doing their job?
I mean, sure, that's one way to do your job, sure.
Well, when you're saying here, you could be in the
Here
Capitol.
on the
but
Capitol, in the state of Texas.
In the floor.
By
on the-
your
on the-
definition.
on the floor?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes. Is
They
that
can
a
raise
yes?
money after the moratorium.
They are allowed to fundraise
After the moratorium.
an unlimited amount.
After the moratorium.
Yes. I just want to make sure everyone understands what we're voting on.
You asked me a question and I gave you the answer.
And so after the moratorium, they are allowed to fundraise an unlimited amount if they are here on the House floor. Is that correct?
After the moratorium.
That was in my question.
And I answered your question.
So the answer is yes.
You get to ask
We
the
agree-
questions.
I just
I
wanna
get
make
to
sure we
answer
agree.
the questions however I please. I've answered your question
So the
3
group
times.
of people that are out of the state using their constitutional right that you agree of breaking quorum, last time I'll belabor the point so everyone understands it, they will be limited to how much money a day?
If you have an individual that's absent for the purposes of breaking quorum, they will be punished by having a limited amount of the contributions that they could receive to the amount of the per diem.
I agree that's what your bill does. And in doing those two things, this bill is creating two classes
No.
of the Texas legislature, and this bill is trying to intimidate political
It's
opposition.
not 2 classes, it's based on individuals' conduct.
Mr. Alcoff, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A question for Mr. Shaheen?
Gentlemen, yield for questions?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
He yields for questions.
Representative Shaheen, the last representative was claiming that your bill infringed on First Amendment rights of free speech. Is it true that this legislative body is restricted from receiving campaign funds while we're in regular session?
Yes, sir, that's accurate.
Is that, have you ever heard of anyone claiming that was an infringement on a First Amendment right?
No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Avila, for what purpose?
does the gentleman yield for questions?
Gentlemen yield for questions?
Sure, I'd be happy
He
to.
yields for questions.
Would you just clarify for this that this bill is to address the members that walked off the job and walked out of their responsibilities and held up this entire legislative process, some of whom came back and even tried to fundraise off of the floor of the Texas House and off the floor of the Texas Senate. Would you clarify that that's what we're talking about today?
That's exactly right. It was very clear that there were members who were attempting to benefit financially from the quorum break, and HB 18 addresses that. Yes, ma'am.
And this is just one step towards making sure that our legislative process is not put on hold while members are not doing their job. They're out of state, doing press conferences, on vacation, wherever they may be. This is just one step towards making sure that our legislative process is not held up again.
That's right. That's correct. Thank
Thank
ma'am.
you for this bill. I really appreciate it.
You bet.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Hayes, for what purpose?
will the member yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Yes, I'd be
Gentleman
happy to.
yield.
Mr. Shaheen, Representative Shaheen, does this bill provide any tax relief?
I don't think so.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
I move to extend the time.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Objection. There is objection. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye. Show Mr. King voting aye. Show Ms. Collier voting aye. Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. You've all voted. There being 89 ayes, 42 nays, the motion prevails. The gentleman's time is extended. Ms. Collier, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Sure.
The gentleman yields.
Thank you. Thank you, members. Representative Shaheen, I just want to get some clarity because I just want to understand what you're trying to do here. The difference on page 1, starting at 11, line 11 through 23. So if a member is out of state and is allegedly impeding proceedings in the legislative body, then they would be subjected to this if the speaker or whoever issues a civil arrest warrant and you had the member compelled, the member's house has ordered the house sergeant at arms to arrest absent members. What is the difference between subsection 2 and 3?
You talking about A2 and A3?
Yes.
He's ordered the sergeant of arms to arrest the absent members, and 3 is the actual issuing of an arrest warrant.
So is this number 2 a civil arrest or is that a criminal arrest?
They're both civil.
Okay, because in one of them you said issued civil warrants of arrest.
Right.
Can the
So
House...
so 2 is you've ordered the sergeant of arms, and then ruminant 3 is you're issuing civil warrants for an arrest. Do you see the difference?
Well, which one comes first?
Well, I mean, number 2 is order the House sergeants at arms to arrest absent members, and 3 is issue civil warrants for arrest.
Well, I just want to make sure that I understand. I thought that the speaker has to issue a civil arrest, do a call of the House, and issue the civil
That
warrant.
section has 3 components that a member's house does in order for this, in order for the penalty to apply.
Okay, so then the speaker first has to do the civil warrant of arrest before the sergeant can actually do the
So
arrest.
3 things need to happen.
Right.
Okay, ruminant 1 says compel the attendance of the absent members per section 10 of Article 3 of the Texas Constitution. So that's the part of the Constitution that talks about quorum and compelling attendance. Ruminant 2 is order the House Sergeant at Arms to arrest absent members. And ruminant number 3 is issue civil warrants of arrest for the absent members. Does that answer your question?
Well, it just seems like it's out of order because I don't think the House sergeants can just unilaterally arrest any member without the warrant being issued.
No, it's an order that's issued by the Speaker.
Okay, you just put them in a different, I guess.
There's
you
no
put the
order.
first one.
There's no implied order here. Those are the 3 items that need to be met in order for there to be a violation.
Okay. All right. And so you're not saying, you're not giving the House sergeants a new authority to do a civil arrest without a
They can be
warrant.
ordered to arrest absent members to compel them to make quorum. That's already established.
Under the
and
civil
allowed.
warrant.
A civil warrant is separate.
Okay, that's what I'm just trying
That
to
can be
figure
a
out.
different law enforcement entity.
But the house sergeants can also deputize officers to help them with their work, is that right?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. And then in terms of, you said the ordered the house sergeant at arms. Is there a reason why you didn't put civil arrest in front of that instead?
Because it's
You just put to arrest, but the next line under line 16, you actually have civil
so those
warrants.
those are two different arms. So you're compelling the sergeant of arms to arrest members to compel them back. Item 3 is if there's an arrest warrant, all law enforcement. So you can be pulled over by a local municipality law enforcement, and they can see that there's a warrant out there for your arrest, and they can take you into the custody. Whereas item number 2 is just the sergeant of arms.
Is that a civil arrest for the sergeant?
Both
at
of
arms?
these are civil. None of these are criminal.
Well, that's why I was wondering why you wouldn't put civil. If you put civil under subsection 3, but not 2.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't understand the point you're making.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out if you were clarifying that number 3 is a civil arrest, but number 15, on line 15, it doesn't say whether it's criminal or civil, but you're telling me it's civil, but for the house sergeants, it's civil. It's not a criminal matter.
Right.
It's a
not
civil
criminal,
matter.
it's civil.
Okay. Would you be open to amending and putting civil arrest there as well?
No, it's implied. It's the sergeant of arms. Sergeant of arms doesn't pull people over for speeding or for any type of criminal conduct. This is an order from the speaker to the sergeant of arms to bring the members back. And
So-
the word arrest is in there as they can do it by force.
They can do the arrest by force?
Mm-hmm.
What else? What does that look like?
I don't know. I've never broke quorum.
Well, I mean, you're writing the bill, and so you're saying arrest implies force. So what type of force would the sergeant of arms be allowed to use to detain a member?
Knock on their door and tell them that they need to come to the floor of the House, and if not, they can guide that member here, get back up if needed.
But what's the force? Is it?
I just described it to you. They can go to the member's home, compel them to come. If they don't, they can guide the member back to the floor.
So when you say compel that member to come, is that where the force is? Does it say, member, will you please come with us? Or is it, grabbing the member by the arm and pulling them to their car? What is the force?
You might have to grab a member by the arm and bring them into the vehicle and transport them here.
For the civil arrest?
Yes.
And so you're authorizing use of force?
It's already in there.
Where?
It's order the House Sergeant of Arms to arrest absent members. That you can already do that. What this is saying is, here are the 3 items that need to occur in order for the punishment to be active. But House Sergeants can already arrest members. That exists today. So that nothing around that process is new. What this bill is saying is you have to meet those 3 items in order to establish the punishment.
Can the speaker order the House sergeants to arrest absent members without a call of the House?
I believe there has to be a call of the House, but I'm not 100% sure.
Well, that's what my understanding is too, and that's why I was wondering why these were separated, because it has to be the call of the House first, and then the sergeants would do the civil arrest. But you're saying that they all happen at the same time?
The Sergeant at Arms is a civil arrest. It's not criminal.
I understand, but they can't do that unilaterally. It can't be just one without the other right
The
now.
Sergeant of Arms can't just one day wake up and start showing up at members' houses, and if that's what you're implying.
And what if a member is denied excused absence?
Then it's not an
If the
excused
member
absent.
if the member is impeding a quorum in this state, does this bill apply to them? This bill?
When you say they're denied, did they ask for an absence and it was denied?
Well, I asked a new question. You just
Well, I
answered
don't
already.
understand your question. That's why
You answered my first question. My second question is, if a member is impeding a quorum in this state,
Yeah.
this bill doesn't apply to them, right?
Yeah, they have to be out of state.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what
will
purpose?
the gentleman yield for
Will the
questions?
gentleman yield for questions?
Sure.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Shaheen, you used the word punish in here. Could you define punish? Because I'm a little bit too old for someone to be punishing me. So define punish.
There's a $5,000 fine for members that are absent and break quorum. That's the punishment. And you're limited to the amount of money that you can fundraise so that there's no financial benefit from breaking quorum, and then you're restricted from using campaign funds to pay for travel expenditures. So that's the punishment.
So you're applying sanctions, because punish kind of concerned me. That's kind of a childish action and/or something you do with somebody.
No, it's not childish at all.
Can I answer the question? Can I ask the question?
Well, you
sir?
made a statement that's inaccurate. The term punishment isn't just used for acts by a child. I would
My
disagree
other
with
question
that.
before we run out of time is this. You use the word president, page 3, item F. You talking about the president or the speaker? What president are you talking about?
Gentleman's time has expired.
I need an answer to my question, Mr. Speaker. I'd appreciate it. Because the word president in here, I
Ms.
don't
Gervin
think,
Hawkins, the gentleman's time has expired.
I request an extension just for clarity of the definition of who's the
Members,
president.
you've heard the motion. This is a second extension, which requires unanimous consent. Is there objection? There is objection. A record vote has been requested. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting nay. Show Mr. Shaheen voting nay. Show Ms. Isaac voting nay. Show Ms. Swanson voting nay. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Have all voted? There being 46 ayes, 83 nays, the motion fails. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment. Amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment. Is Ms. Rose on the floor of the House?
Amendment by Rose.
The chair recognizes Ms. Rose to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment will remove the part of the bill that prohibits members from, who are breaking quorum from making political expenditures for travel, food, or lodging if those expenditures are connected to the member's absence from the state. As we all are aware, breaking quorum is a constitutional right. Breaking quorum is a constitutional right. It is also the right of the members of this Texas House to use their money when they have raised for political purposes to support our political mission and allow our constituents' voices be supported. So, move adopt. Oh.
Ms. Simmons, for what purpose?
Will the gentlelady yield for some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Absolutely,
lady
I will
yields.
yield for questions.
Thank you. Thank you so much for filing this amendment. Unless I'm forgetting something, breaking quorum is a constitutional right. I think you mentioned that we guarantee members of the Texas legislature. We are also allowed to make political expenditures to support political projects. Can you remind us how your amendment supports both of these rights?
Well, this amendment, again, it would allow members to be able to use their political donations for lodging, housing, and transportation while they are breaking quorum, while they're breaking quorum.
Thank you so much for that. That's really good to hear. It Seems to me that this bill is trying to discourage members from breaking quorum, which I previously stated, and you did too, is a constitutional right, and we like the Constitution in this body. Is that also how you read the bill, and how does your amendment help to combat that?
Well, this amendment combats that by allowing us to use our political expenditures for what they were designed for, pertaining anything that's pertaining to our office. And let me just say this: to me, this bill is really more about being vindictive. It's not about policy; it's about punishing and being vindictive over something that is a constitutional right.
That's exactly how I read the bill. It seems that some representatives are afraid of us exercising our constitutional rights, while this bill attempts to make it much harder for representatives to break quorum. Your amendment undoes some of that harm by allowing us to use political funds and, an inherently a political act of breaking quorum. But can you think of any real legal or moral reasons why the majority party wouldn't want the minority party to be able to spend the money they were legally given by their donors?
None. To me, this bill is just trying to silence the voices of the minority party, and that's why I have this amendment to address the constitutional rights that we have as a minority party in this chamber.
Thank you so much. I love this amendment.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Ward Johnson, for what purpose?
will the gentle lady answer some questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Absolutely.
The lady yields.
Thank you so much. Were you elected by your constituents or by the members in this room right now?
I was elected by the constituents of Texas House District 110.
Thank you. And while you were on quorum break, was your office still responding to your constituents?
Absolutely. On a daily basis, they were responding to all of the constituent needs, all those who called, as well as myself. I was working in assisting constituents as well.
So you would still say that you were still doing the duties that you were elected for?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what
will the
purpose?
general yield for questions?
Will the lady yield for questions?
Yes, I
The
will
lady
yield for
yields.
questions.
Representative Rose, wouldn't you agree that breaking quorum being constitutionally, also we're representing our districts?
Absolutely.
And so what this bill is trying to do is stop us from representing our districts.
Absolutely. It's trying to stop us from our constitutional right.
And so when they speak about we ran away and we're not working, they're setting it up so that we can't work and work our constituent cases, correct?
That's correct.
And so when we think about this bill, this retribution, retaliation of a constitutional right, would you say that our colleagues are really disingenuous in terms of what they're attempting to do?
Absolutely.
And so in being disingenuous, trying to put forth sanctions, punishment, they're trying to treat us like children rather than colleagues and equals. Would you agree with that?
I absolutely agree with that.
Thank you for your amendment. I hope the bill author accepts the amendment and realize we continue to work throughout, and that's what they want us to do, and enjoy our constitutional right also. Thank you, Representative.
You're welcome. Move it out.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen in opposition to the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I think what this is doing is it would allow the political campaign funds to be used for political expenditures, which goes against the purpose of the bill. With that, I would ask you to vote against the amendment.
Chair recognizes Ms. Rose to close on the amendment.
Oh, so he's not tabling. Okay. Thank you, members. We cannot pick and choose constitutional rights to support based on political convenience. If breaking quorum is constitutional, then the political funds should support that constitutional act. It must be protected. So this amendment simply allows expenditures to be used for the intended purposes. And I move that you support this amendment. Vote 1. Vote aye. Thank you.
Ms. Rose sends up an amendment to the amendment. Mr. Shaheen is opposed to the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. King voting nay. Show Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Show Ms. Isaac voting nay. Have all voted? Show Ms. Davis voting aye. Have all voted? There being 46 ayes, 85 nays, the amendment to the amendment fails. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Martinez Fisher.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there's provisions in here that deal with how we spend money, when we spend money. All this amendment does is it says that once you file for office, this part of the chapter is suspended, so nobody's getting tagged with ethics complaints for spending money while they're spending for a campaign, regardless of where they are and what they're doing. It just doesn't apply when a member files for office and is running and is on the ballot, and I hope it's acceptable to the author.
The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen in opposition to the amendment to the amendment.
Members, this also goes against the spirit of the House bill and would provide some relief from the punishment. So I would ask you to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Mr. Martinez Fisher to close on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Really not hard. We raise money for campaigns. We spend money. We're all under scrutiny. All this says when you file for office and you're spending your money, regardless of what you're doing, you're not going to be held to account for that. I think there's some serious constitutional implications with regard to that. So I think, we will win either way, no matter how you vote. But I think the right thing to do is to vote for this amendment. Ask for a record vote.
Mr. Martinez Fisher sends up an amendment to the amendment. Mr. Shaheen opposes the amendment to the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Martinez Fisher voting aye, Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye, Ms. Isaac voting nay, Mr. Shaheen voting nay, Mr. King of Hemp Hill voting nay. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 46 ayes, 85 nays, the amendment to the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Little.
The chair recognizes Mr. Little to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
I raised a point of order on this amendment pursuant to Rule 11, Section 2.
Please bring your point of order down front. The House will stand at ease until 2:15 p.m. The House will come to order. Mr. Martinez Fisher raises a point of order against further consideration of the Little Amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that the amendment is not germane. The class embraced by the bill is individual members and special purpose political committees which operate as a member's alter ego. The bill has a single class, which is members and their alter egos, which are SPACs. Legislative caucuses are not special purpose political committees. They are formed for very specific purposes related to research, policy development, and other legislative activity. The scope of other legislative activity is limited to those that are like policy development and research. Caucuses also do not have a statutory purpose of supporting or opposing candidates or assisting one or more identified office holders. Under Texas law, a contribution to or expenditure by a legislative caucus is not considered to be an office holder contribution or office holder expenditure. The Little Amendment adds a second distinct class that is not of the same kind or type as the class in the bill, therefore it is not germane. Accordingly, the point of order is well taken and sustained. The following amendment, the clerk will read the amendment.
Amendment by Little.
The chair recognizes Mr. Little to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment should be on the screen in front of you. You may be aware, and I'm going to share with you if you're not, this is reporting by the Texas Tribune. The author is Colleen de Guzman. She said at the outset of this article, former U.S. Representative Beto O'Rourke announced on Saturday that his political group, Powered by People, donated more than $1 million to Texas Democrats during a special session in which they walked out to deny Republicans the quorum they needed to pass new congressional maps. In the announcement, O'Rourke said that more than 55,000 donations poured in from people across the country since the start of the special session called by Governor Greg Abbott. The money from his political group benefited the Texas Legislative Black Caucus, the Texas House Democratic Caucus, and the Mexican American Legislative Caucus. The purpose of this amendment is to bring caucus donations within the ambit of the bill to prevent quorum-breaking members of this body from essentially laundering donations to support a quorum break through the various caucuses that exist in the House. As the bill currently stands, and as amended on the floor by Representative or Chairman Shaheen, the bill prohibits individual members or specific purpose committees, SPACs, from receiving donations to support a quorum break. However, I believe there is a gigantic loophole in this bill, and one that is well documented by the Texas Tribune and others, that the fundraising that has occurred on a national level to support the Democrats' quorum break has actually been prosecuted through the various caucuses of which the individual members participate. So without this amendment, members in this body, Democrat or otherwise, would be able to say, well, I didn't get the money to break quorum. I didn't receive it into my personal campaign account. The caucus got that money, and then would subsequently be able to be reimbursed or funded by the caucus itself. I believe this amendment closes an important loophole, and I think you should support it if you want to end quorum.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
Always.
The gentleman yields.
Is there any substantive difference between this amendment and the last amendment you had?
Yes, the substance is to change the definition. If you'll take a look at lines 3 through 6 of this amendment, it's pulling the definition of legislative caucus in Chapter 253 of the Election Code into this bill, and essentially targeting the problem that was caused here, treating a legislative caucus as if it were a special purpose committee for the purpose of supporting individual candidates. So it falls within the class that's identified by the bill.
And you believe that's a substantive difference?
Yes, I do.
Well, I guess the way I read it is it's kind of a distinction without a difference, because essentially what your prior amendment did is exactly what this is doing.
This is different.
I'm not quite sure legally there's a difference. I'm still not understanding that. You seem to think that because you reworded it, that created an opportunity for you to make it different.
I don't think so, Chairman Dutton. And the way that I would respond to your question is to say that the conduct that we're trying to target here is to prevent legislative caucuses, which are supposed to be vehicles of policy discussion and policy creation, from being used like specific purpose committees that are designed to support candidates. I don't think when we created caucuses in the Texas House that we intended those to be used as financial vehicles to support quorum breaking. My understanding is they were being used to discuss and advance policy as a legislative body.
Well, that's your kind of determination of what the caucus is. I would disagree with you that it's designed for the caucus. It's not designed for a member. I would support that. But it seems that what you're doing is fixing it so that it's not addressed as a caucus, but it would be addressed as a single member.
No, what I'm trying to do is prevent what happened here, which was the co-opting of those bodies, those caucus bodies, to support something that we do not want to happen in the future, which is quorum breaking. There is no reason that I can think of, Chairman Dutton, and perhaps I'm not creative enough, there's no reason I can think of that former Congressman O'Rourke would send $1 million to various caucuses in this body other than to encourage and financially support quorum breaking.
Well, it might have been just to support Beto O'Rourke.
I don't know how that would make sense.
Well, he's giving the donation, he's giving the money, but he might have been giving it so that the caucus could support him. He wouldn't be giving the money for absolutely no reason related to him, would he?
I'm confused by the idea. The implication of the article, and I believe this to be the case, maybe you have other facts that I'm not privy to, but what I believe to be the case is that the money was transferred to these various caucuses within the Texas House to financially support the act of breaking quorum.
Well, I'm not aware of that either, and I'm a member of the caucus, but nobody's told me that, and perhaps you have more information than I do.
Only what I read in the news. My understanding is that this money that was raised by Powered by People, which was Beto O'Rourke's PAC, was for the purpose of financially supporting those members who broke quorum. Maybe you disagree.
Well, I don't think that's the argument I have. I just don't agree that this amendment is much different than the amendment you had before.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman yield for questions.
I do.
The gentleman yields.
Representative Little, so I think that you've made an assumption in believing that any donor that would give to a caucus, it's for a cause. So so if and I know the situation is in regard to quorum breaking, but where does it stop then? If you have an act and then someone says, I gave this money to Representative Little, is that for something in return?
I don't understand the distinction you're making, but I'm going to try to address the underlying question. I think your underlying question is, how are we to determine the motivations of a donor who gives to a caucus? And as it relates to this specific situation, Representative Romero, I will just take Beto O'Rourke at his word when he says he gave these caucuses $1 million to support a quorum break. I don't have to inquire any further beyond that.
But if that person gave, or any individual, regardless of whether it's any particular candidate, if any other organization, Republican donors of conservative women or whatever it may be, give to your campaign and said, it's because he's going to vote for this issue for me, and they did that post this contribution, does that not lead you to believe that then you've done something improper?
That's a fair question. In my mind, the reason Beto O'Rourke gave the $1 million to these various caucuses is I feel like there is a very legitimate legislative bribery concern that if Beto O'Rourke had given this money through his PAC to individual members who broke quorum, there would be very legitimate criminal questions about
And
legislative
what would
bribery.
those criminal questions be in order for you to prove that there had been some discussion in order to have that, you scratch mine, I'll scratch yours? Because that's exactly what you're saying. You're saying that the caucus that I lead and that Barbara Gervin Hawkins leads and that Jean Wu is leading somehow had conversations and said, oh, well, we'll do this for that, which is absolutely a lie. And I think that what you're doing here is you're not just changing law that after you weren't satisfied by way of your point of order, but what you've done is you've implied impropriety from members and their leaders of these caucuses. So I'd ask you, how would you prove that, since you said there are questions? What would those questions be?
Representative Romero, I don't want you to perceive that I'm impugning your motives or Representative Gervin Hawkins. I don't know what your motives were. Frankly, I don't know whether you had any or whether you just got a wire transfer to the caucus. It doesn't matter to me. I know the motives of the donor. The donor told the entire world he was donating the money for the purpose of financially supporting quorum breaking, which as a matter of public policy, we should discourage.
But you understand. So what's the next steps then for the caucus? Does that mean that a caucus
To
will
return
then,
the money.
So to return the money. So then, if someone a donor gives you money, and they later in a social media post state that they did that for sake of some expectation, so then does that mean that every member in this body then begins to give those dollars back because someone rose to make a comment? You understand where I'm coming from.
I do understand where you're coming from, but I don't think your hypothetical is applicable here. Here we know the motives of Powered by People when it made these donations, and that was to financially support the quorum break.
And that was done at what point, Representative Little? That's my point to you, is that just because someone makes that comment, as Chairman Dutton just said, it could have been for their own political gain. They did that. They raised their profile. And then, regardless of whether they raised money, they gave it to a caucus that's doing good work.
I'm puzzled by the notion that Beto O'Rourke needed to give your caucuses $1 million to raise his own profile. Perhaps you can share with me what explains that.
No, my point to you, Representative Little, is that you're implying impropriety from a caucus. You're talking about myself. You're talking about Barbara Gervin Hawkins. You're talking about Jean Wu, as though that we somehow had conversations with, and that's my point. What are those questions that you would need to have answered that implied that somehow we did that for those contributions?
I disagree with the underlying assumption that I'm impugning your motives, and I'll state it again. I have no idea what your motives were or if you even had any. And I will say the question of what your motives were and whether you had any is irrelevant to me. I have a donor stating on the
The gentleman's time has expired.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Can we extend time, please?
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? There is objection. As a record vote, the clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Little voting aye. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Show Mr. Romero voting aye. Ms. Gervin Hawkins voting aye. Mr. Dutton voting aye. Dr. Oliverson voting nay. Mr. Alders voting nay. Have all voted. There being 82 ayes, 42 nays, the motion prevails. The gentleman's time is extended. Mr. Romero, for what purpose?
Does the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman yield for questions.
Thank you for the one, Representative Little. So you help me understand the purpose of your amendment then, so that maybe I'm the one that's confused here. Are you not describing here the caucuses? Are you going after the donor? Are you saying then that no donor can ever give credit to someone that breaks quorum? Tell me what your amendment does, in your words, sir.
Yeah, I'll do exactly that. The purpose of the underlying bill is to prevent members and specific purpose committees, and with my amendment, preventing legislative caucuses that are acting like specific purpose committees from receiving money to support or assist a quorum break. And I will say that it is irrelevant to me, and I hope to every member in here, what your motives or the motives of the caucus were in receiving the money. It is a stated purpose at a national level by this PAC that the purpose was to financially support a quorum break. I don't think that that's a good thing. Now, we could have a broader discussion about whether there should be any fundraising during a special session. I believe Representative Busey is carrying that amendment, which I am happy to support. I think, as a matter of law, no member or any entity assisting a member should be financially supporting a quorum break, period.
Okay, so now to your point, so no member or no entity supporting a member. So then now you said there's questions that are going to have to be answered. How do you prove that that entity supported the member throughout a quorum break, which in this case, they're false? And I can tell you that for a fact. There was no supporting of a caucus, those that you named here today, and stating that there was some benefit. So your intent isn't hitting its mark, Representative Little, and that's my point to you, is that I understand where you're going because you read a social media post, but that is not a fact. So my question is, in your questions that you would present, what are your questions that you would present to say, here's the proof that these folks conspired? Because that's what you're stating here.
I think you're
Absolutely you are.
I think you're misunderstanding my motive and with the amendment. First of all, I'm not stating that you're conspiring. This is reporting from the Texas Tribune. It's not a social media post. These are Beto O'Rourke's own words about the purposes of his donation. I don't know what you and Malk are doing with the money. I don't even know who decides what to do with the money. I don't know if you'll give it to a member down the road or if you already have. And I will simply say for this body, I don't care. The underlying idea is no one should be financially giving to any committee or member or caucus to financially support a quorum break at all.
There's the point. You're stating that it's to support a quorum break.
Beto O'Rourke said so himself.
Beto O'Rourke made that comment after, right? This is after the quorum break was over?
No, this was during the quorum break.
So this person, any person can make a comment. And you trust that as fact? Would you not have to have a witness on a stand and have both parties at that point?
Well, the wonderful thing about this particular example is we've got fact findings and a temporary restraining order in Tarrant County District Court.
So what would those questions
be,
Representative? That's my point.
Just a sec, I'm not quite done yet. So the Attorney General filed a lawsuit to enjoin just this type of conduct, and Beto O'Rourke, rather than saying, you know what, maybe I need to chill out and not give money to people who are breaking quorum, he said, I'm not only going to do it, I'm going to keep doing it. I'm going to do it even harder. So we have clear statements from the donor that the purpose was to financially support a quorum break.
So so whatever his purpose was.
We know his purpose.
Okay, that's my point. But the piece that you're missing here is, and I take this personal, because you're implying that the Mexican American Legislative Caucus did that for Beto.
You keep saying that, but that's not true. I have no idea what your motives were.
Okay, so then moving forward, Representative, are you saying that there is an additional quorum break? What happens then? So does the caucus not raise money? Do you wait until this amendment is through? And even further...
Bingo.
So even further, you said that this is in the courts. The courts, have they made a final decision yet on whether or not we should, a quorum or a caucus, or anyone can raise money based off of quorum breaking?
Bingo.
No, they haven't made a decision. There's no final decision yet. So you're creating a law, you're changing statute now, you're changing the rules.
That's what we do here.
Prior to the ruling.
That's what we do here.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Would the gentleman yield?
Will the gentleman yield for questions?
I do.
The gentleman yields.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Little. So let me be sure I understand. You're basing this off a report that you read in the newspaper regarding what Beto O'Rourke said.
Is that a question?
That's what a question is, what I just said.
No. I'm basing it off of what was reported in the Texas Tribune, what was reported in the Dallas Morning News, the New York Times, the Washington Post, Beto O'Rourke himself live on video, and what occurred in Tarrant County District Court.
Well, that was my question. You're relying on what somebody said Beto O'Rourke said. Did you hear him say that?
Did I hear it personally?
Did you hear Beto O'Rourke say that?
On video, yeah.
Okay. So if Beto O'Rourke had said this was to get your shoes shined, would that make a difference?
I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
Well, my question is this. You're saying what Beto O'Rourke said causes this amendment to be needed.
This is very simple. I'm taking him at his word. He had no reason to lie. I
Right.
think he was telling the truth.
I'm not suggesting he did.
Okay.
But I'm asking a question, is if Beto O'Rourke had said he had done this for some other purpose other than the one which you heard, would that fit under your amendment?
I don't think it would be conclusive. For example, if Beto O'Rourke had donated $1 million to all these various caucuses and said, I'm not doing this to help them break quorum, I'm doing this because I'm really interested in supporting their policy initiatives, I think I might be a little bit wary of that.
Well, you're adding the caveat that he said to break quorum. I mean, suppose he just said, I'm submitting this to the Texas Legislative Black Caucus because I think they're a fine organization, period.
I would have some big questions about the timing, and I'm sure you would
Why,
too.
you don't think it's a fine organization or something?
I think you got a fantastic organization.
Okay, but what would be wrong, what would be the challenge to him saying that?
Reality?
Since you're relying on what he said this time.
Reality?
Yes.
That would be the challenge.
That would be
The
what?
timing of reality, of what's going on around us.
So-
I think we'd have some pretty big questions about that. And here's, so I can resolve any type of complexity or confusion that we have around this amendment. The purpose is to prevent caucuses who support members breaking quorum from raising money during a special session, or any other kind of session for that matter. Don't financially support breaking quorum, period.
Well, the problem with that is this, is that when members, a quorum is a requirement in the Constitution. Do you understand that?
There is a metric for it in the Constitution in Article 3.
Right, yes. And so that's specified in Article 3, correct?
Yes, sir.
So it's a legally engaged in rule that says you got to have a quorum. Let me ask you as a lawyer, your opinion. Why do you think that's in there?
So we know how many people we need to transact business.
So you know how many what?
So we know how many people we need to transact business.
And why is that in there in the first place, though? Why couldn't you just say, we don't need a quorum?
Because the drafters needed to pick a number. They happened to use the Tennessee standard because our Constitution was
Right,
modeled
and-
off of the state of Texas. So there are many other states, I believe 47 of them, something like that, that don't require a two-thirds number to support a quorum. Obviously, one of the things we'd like to see here is have a majority support a quorum here in the Texas House.
But why have a
that's
quorum
not
at,
today.
why have
So
a
as
quorum
for-
at all?
Excuse me?
Why have a quorum at all?
So that we have a sufficient number of members to transact business.
And to not have a sufficient number to transact business is what, do you think?
The absence of a quorum
Yes. Is that legal?
is what legal?
Is absence of a quorum, is that contemplated in the Constitution?
What is contemplated in the Constitution is that there be a certain number of members present in order to transact business as a
Right, and
legislative
if you
body.
don't have that number, you can't transact business, correct?
That's my understanding.
So
yes.
the Constitution requires that you have a quorum, and if you don't, it says you can't do
Gentleman's
anything.
time has expired.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
I'd like to raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment, and it violates Section 11, Part 2.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Martinez Fisher on the floor. Point of order is withdrawn. Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I raise a point of order against further consideration of this amendment, and that it violates the Constitution, Article 3, Section 40.
Please bring your point of order down front. Mr. Dutton raises a point of order against further consideration of the Little Amendment under Article 3, Section 40, Texas Constitution, on the grounds that the subject matter of the amendment is not included in the governor's proclamation. The chair previously held that the class embraced by the bill is individual members and special purpose political committees which operate as members' alter ego. It follows that since special purpose political committees operate as alter egos for legislators, they are encompassed within the governor's call language of legislation to impose penalties or punishments for legislators who willfully absent themselves during a session. The pending amendment applies to a legislative caucus only if the caucus also has a principal purpose of a special purpose committee. Just as special purpose committees are encompassed within the governor's call, so are legislative caucuses as defined by the amendment. Thus, the amendment falls within the governor's call. Accordingly, the point of order is respectfully overruled. Ms. Gervin Hawkins, for what purpose?
Mr. Chairman, would the gentleman yield for questions?
The gentleman's time has expired.
So can he answer a question?
The gentleman's time has expired.
Can we extend it? I just got a simple question.
Members, you've heard the motion. This is the second request for an extension of time. It requires unanimous consent. There is objection, and the gentleman's time is not extended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right.
Was it extended? Move adoption.
Ms. Gervin Hawkins against the amendment to the amendment.
Members, this amendment, number one, includes caucuses rather than just legislators, which are individuals. It's a problem. When you have a bipartisan caucus, we're penalizing members who are not of the same party. That's a problem. Members, the burden of proof has not been laid out. So what that means is any donation, regardless of which party you are in, we can question any donor. So I would say to my Republican colleagues, when someone gives you $3 million, when someone gives you $63,000, or someone gives you $6 million, it could be under question because this amendment does not clearly outline the burden of proof. Now, I heard the amendment author says that he heard it or he read it in the Tribune. Is that a factual burden of proof? Now, I'm not a lawyer, but one thing I do know is when you start accusing people of something, you need to have the facts. And so you need a legitimate factual resource versus then I read it on TikTok or Instagram or I read it in the paper who may not have all the facts. So as we're looking at this amendment, let's make sure we understand the broad implications. So there's no burden of proof, there's no process, and guess what? That means that anybody can question any allegation of a donation. With that, members, I would say let's vote against this amendment to the amendment. That's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Does any member wish to speak on for or against the amendment to the amendment? Mr. Little sends up an amendment. The amendment is acceptable to the author. Is there objection to the adoption of the amendment? There is objection. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Swanson voting aye. Show Mr. Vasut voting aye. Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Mr. King of Hemp Hill voting aye. Have all voted? Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 85 ayes, 47 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. Please excuse Representative Reynolds because of important business on a motion of Ms. Davis of Dallas. Is there objection? Chair has none, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Parliament's inquiry.
Please state your inquiry.
Are we still on the Shaheen Amendment?
Yes.
Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Martinez Fisher, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order on the Shaheen Amendment under Article 3, Section 40.
Please bring your point of order down front. The point of order is withdrawn. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment would remove the limit of $221 referred to in the bill as the daily per diem amount and replace it with $2 million, better known as Dan Patrick's pay-to-play donation from Defend Texas Liberty PAC. That's not a random number. It's the exact size of the largest single dollar donation the Lieutenant Governor pocketed during the Paxton impeachment trial. If we're going to clamp down on legislators for simply exercising their constitutional right, then surely we should be just and
The
transparent.
members will refrain from engaging in personalities during debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If we're going to clamp down on legislators for simply exercising their constitutional right, then surely we should be just as transparent about the Lieutenant Governor's donation when the Senate was in the middle of one of the most consequential proceedings in Texas history. It's hard to take seriously the outrage over a member getting donations when they are exercising their constitutional rights. Meanwhile, the presiding officer of the impeachment is cashing multi-million-dollar checks at the same time he is holding the gavel. That looks less like leadership and more like setting a pay-to-play price tag on justice. And with that said, Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of the Dan Patrick amendment.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this obviously defeats the purpose of the legislation, so I would ask you to vote against the amendment, and the Senate conducted its business.
Chair recognizes Mr. Busey to close on the amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, if it's okay to raise $2 million when you're in the middle of an impeachment trial, that sets the threshold. That says the standard. I will stand corrected if any of you spoke out against that at the time. I don't remember it. Let's be consistent. We're following the Lieutenant Governor's model here, and that's why I picked this number. It's not a random number. It's not a made-up number. It is a number that he accepted. I move adoption.
Mr. Busey sends up an amendment to the amendment. Mr. Shaheen opposes the amendment to the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Ms. Swanson voting nay. Show Ms. Howard voting aye. Mr. Busey voting aye. Mr. Shaheen voting nay. Have all voted? Have all voted? There being 44 ayes, 85 nays, the amendment to the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Goodwin.
The chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to explain the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this amendment makes sure the rules we put in place are applied fairly. House Bill 18 sets a $5,000 penalty for members who accept contributions during a quorum break. My amendment applies that same penalty to anyone who knowingly makes a false allegation under this bill. House Bill 18 allows members to call up the speaker and report what they think is an absence, kicking off an investigation, a court case, and a lot more. My amendment says if you abuse the system, you face the same penalty, because rules only work when they're applied fairly to everyone. By holding everyone to the same standard, we protect the integrity of this process. If members and donors are subject to fines for violations, then individuals who abuse the complaint system should be too. I move adoption.
Chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen in opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, there is sufficient due process in this piece of legislation already. Maybe we revisit this during the regular session in 2027 and see if it can apply broader than just this bill. I would ask you to vote against it.
Chair recognizes Ms. Goodwin to close.
Members, if somebody is going to accuse another member of something this serious, I think that we need to make sure that we aren't allowing it to be done lightly or indiscriminately and cause a lot of time and trouble and money to be spent on a false allegation. I mean, I just think about the fact that people travel out of state. One member might accuse another, when it's not a valid accusation. So therefore, I think anyone who makes the accusation should have cause to make sure that they aren't doing this falsely. And the $5,000 penalty should apply if they are. Move adoption.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment to the amendment. This is a record vote. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Busey voting aye, Ms. Goodwin voting aye, Ms. Swanson voting nay, Mr. Shaheen voting nay. Have all voted. There being 44 ayes, 85 nays, the amendment to the amendment fails to adopt. The following amendment to the amendment, the clerk will read the amendment to the amendment.
Amendment by Busey.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Vasoot, for what purpose?
Raise a point of order against further consideration of the Busey amendment under Rule 11, Section 2 on the grounds that it is not germane.
Please bring your point of order down front.
The point of order has been withdrawn and the amendment has been withdrawn. The chair recognizes Mr. Shaheen to close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I close and encourage you to vote in favor of HB 18. Move passage.
The question occurs on the adoption of the amendment as amended. All of those in favor say aye. All of those opposed? No. A record vote has been requested on the adoption of the amendment as amended. A record vote is granted. The clerk will ring the bell. Show Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Show Ms. Swanson voting aye. Show Ms. Howard voting nay. Have all members voted? Show Ms. Rose. Have all members voted? There being 85 ayes and 45 nays, the amendment is adopted. Is there anyone wishing to speak on, for, or against the bill? The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to speak in opposition to HB 18.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the right to peacefully dissent is a founding principle of our nation. In the centuries since, Americans have exercised this right in order to challenge our country's leaders to live up to the promise of America. As a country, we regularly celebrate and recognize the right for all Americans to use the tools available to them to shine light on what they perceive as government overreach. As a child of the 60s and 70s, I participated in peaceful protests during the Civil Rights Movement and the Vietnam War. I learned at an early age the importance of using my voice, power, and privilege to stand up for what I believe is right and to stand against injustice. Now, as a legislator, denying the House quorum is one of my tools of dissent. As has been said many times today, this is also a constitutional tool that protects the minority from the tyranny of the majority and has been used by legislators since the inception of our state. Breaking quorum is utilized extremely infrequently, is never a decision that is made lightly, nor is it a tool used to fight every legislative battle. In fact, the most recent quorum breaks in 1979, 2003, 2021, and 2025 were specifically about disenfranchising voters. Not once has it been used to push back on other policy issues. Unlike the Oregon Republicans, who broke quorum 4 times between 2019 and 2023 on climate change, COVID restrictions, abortion, and gender-affirming care. The only reason I have denied this body a quorum is when this chamber has chosen to use its power and privilege to silence the voices of my constituents. As someone who believes I am a person of integrity, I simply cannot stand by and let that happen. House Bill 18 seeks to punish legislators for fighting for their constituents and for using a constitutionally protected tool to do so. The fact is, I had an overwhelming majority of my constituents write to me in support of the quorum break. Many even said they would support my decision to stay out as long as I thought was necessary to defeat the redistricting bill. And yes, I'm sure that there's a handful of constituents who did not support the break, just like I'm sure that many of you heard from both sides during the break. But that's the point.
We each have a right and a responsibility to represent our districts, and it is the job of the voters to hold us accountable. As much as it may frustrate you, I do not answer to the people in this room. I answer to the people of House District 48, and if they are unhappy with how I am representing them, then they have the right to vote me out of office. But here we are, once again trying to sidestep
Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Yeah, try that one. Check, check, check. Nothing. Check, check, check. Either one of those, and there's nothing coming through. Even the wireless isn't working. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. Check, check, check.
I'm going to do a mic check real quick. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, yeah, so just standing at ease.
It's on
and then-
right now, yes.
Is it working or no?
It is on right now.
So I think it goes this.
This one's ready to go.
I'll tell them, but I don't. It's not coming out in here, but the broadcast is. I don't know why my garage door is the broadcast will hear it.
Members, the House will stand at ease.
It's turned off.
Did you hear that?
Test it up here?
Yeah, go ahead and mic check.
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 We're back.
Okay, I will
The
try
chair
to.
recognizes Ms. Howard to speak in opposition to HB 18 with 7 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will try to take up where I left off before my voice was silent.
Members, back up. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Ms. Howard to speak in opposition to HB 18, 7 minutes remaining on her time.
Mr. Speaker. Oh. Is this working?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I will try to continue what I came here to say. I don't know if it's providential that my voice was silenced, but I will try to complete my statement before it goes off again. Doing what I could to defeat a redistricting map that divided my community and silenced my constituents is why I was elected. I have always said our vote is our voice, and our voice is our power, and I believe that statement to my very core. Protecting the voice of my constituents is what guided my decision to break quorum, and it is why I know I did the right thing by doing so. Those of you who are angered and frustrated that legislative plans were delayed by a couple of weeks have been blinded by the fact that HB 18 undermines the Constitution, and in doing so will intimidate future legislators. And one day, that minority will certainly be Republicans, from taking bold action necessary to stop legislation imposed by the majority that they believe threatens their constituents. It is wrong. It is short-sighted. My vote against this bill today will be made with the same clarity that guided my decision to break quorum. I will never support legislation that in one way or another silences the voices of dissent. Doing so would go against my truth and against my oath to serve the Texans that I was elected to represent. Please vote no on HB 18.
The chair recognizes Mr. Pettis to speak in opposition to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, HB 18 is being peddled as a bill about ethics and integrity, but integrity isn't what this bill delivers. What HB 18 really delivers is punishment, not for the representatives who took a stand against something that is fundamentally unjust, but for ordinary Texans who want their voices heard during a political fight. This bill punishes ordinary Texans who want to support their elected representatives in the middle of a political fight. If a nurse in my district or a teacher or a veteran sends a modest contribution to help cover basic expenses while standing up for them during a quorum break, this bill says that's a violation. That's the so-called problem this bill is trying to solve. But here's what nobody wants to talk about. These prohibitions against ordinary people and their donations are more restrictive than what special interests and lobbyists face. Right now, a registered lobbyist can spend up to $133 per day per legislator for food, drinks, transportation, and lodging, all without even having to disclose the legislator's name. That doesn't even include the $133 per day that can be spent on spouses, children, and their staff, each. Now let's do the math. There are more than 1,800 registered lobbyists here in Texas, but let's not even use that number. Let's just take 100 lobbyists, barely 5% of the total here in Austin. Over a 2-week period, the same amount of time as those representatives took who took a stand, those 100 lobbyists could legally spend more than $16 million on the 88 Republicans who stayed here at the Capitol. Add in their spouses, it jumps to $32 million. That doesn't even include staff. The average contribution by former Congressman O'Rourke's Powered by People was $32. $32. But the public will never know how much is spent to wine and dine their legislators, because as long as it falls under the $133 per person per day, there's never going to be a report containing the name of the representative, their family, or their staffs. How many of the same Republicans advancing this bill have racked up a $1,000 tab at a restaurant? It's over the $133 limit, but that's no problem. Get 10 lobbyists, each lobbyist pays $100, that covers the $1,000 tab. Each lobbyist is under the $133 limit, and the names of the representative is forever shielded from the public. So let's step back. HB 18 punishes a teacher who makes a modest donation to support her representative, but it does absolutely nothing about the tens of millions of dollars in lobbyist whining and dining happening right here every single night. Does that sound like integrity to you? Or does it sound like selective punishment, retaliation against members who took a stand, exercising a constitutional tactic, while corporate levels of influence in this chamber are left untouched? This bill doesn't bring members back. It doesn't restore quorum. All it does is punish and silence the voices of their constituents. So let's be clear. HB 18 doesn't stop financial abuse. It doesn't make anything more ethical. The only outside influence it blocks is ordinary people, the very constituents we serve, cutting off one more way they can express their views. It doesn't create integrity. It creates a two-tier system of influence, one where ordinary Texans are silenced, and another where lobbyists can still wine and dine lawmakers by the millions. If we're serious about integrity, get real. This bill doesn't do any of that. But if the goal is retaliation, if the goal is to scapegoat this issue to keep ordinary Texans from supporting their representatives, then HB 18 does exactly that. This bill silences the nurse, the teacher, the veteran, while leaving the 1,800 lobbyists with the ability to spend millions every single day without a single mention of the representative's name. So for the sake of ordinary Texans, for the nurse, for the teacher, and the veterans whose voices should matter as much as those 1,800 lobbyists, I urge you to vote no on HB 18.
Chair recognizes Mr. Hayes in favor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hear that the Constitution allows people to flee the state. I'd like to read 3 provisions of the Constitution. The first is under Article 16, Section 1, our oath of office. It says, I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will faithfully execute the duties of the state representative of the state of Texas and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, so help me God. And that was written in 1876 when we adopted our Constitution. The oath is particularly important because it requires us to faithfully execute our duties and to follow the Constitution and laws. Second provision of the Constitution, Article 3, Section 5, meetings, order of business. The legislature shall meet every 2 years at such times as may be provided by law and at other times when convened by the governor. Again, 1876. That language applies both to regular and special sessions. Shall means mandatory. Under the Texas Code Construction Act, shall imposes a duty. Put in other words, the duty is not discretionary. Meet means the act of being assembled to conduct business. As the Constitution is written, attendance is required. Go to the 3rd section of the Constitution I want to bring to your attention. Article 3, Section 10 reads, quorum, adjournment from day to day, compelling attendance. 2/3 of each house shall constitute a quorum to do business, but a smaller number may adjourn from day to day and compel the attendance of absent members in such manner and under such penalties as each house may provide. Again, 1876. Fleeing the state with the objective of denying a quorum is the perfect example of absence without leave. Under the minority party's view, a minority group in one chamber could command the powers of fellow members and of the sister chamber and neutralize every function of state government, preventing even the passage of the one thing we are required to do under the Constitution, that is to pass the biennial budget. It makes no sense to say an individual has a right to engage in conduct that the Constitution subjects to punishment. As with all laws and rules, behavior for which there's a penalty is unacceptable. Unacceptable behavior results in a penalty. Being absent without leave is unacceptable behavior. The House not only has the inherent but the express right to set forth and establish repercussions for not attending and discipline its members. We know this, guys. The imposition of fines or assessment of cost has not served as a deterrent to motivation for members to not be absent without leave. Many laughed and scoffed at the Constitution and said they would do it again. The work of representing constituents during session does not consist of being an absentee legacy media personality or social media influencer. Additional consequences must be taken by this House. Constitutionally, the Constitution plainly requires attendance. But if you believe that it does not, that is, that it establishes a minority faction to quorum break, what else do we know about the Constitution? It likewise authorizes quorum forcing by the remaining members. Members, I encourage you to vote in favor of the amendment and the bill. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
I was going to put the gentleman yield for questions.
Gentleman yield for questions?
Yes.
He yields for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Representative Hayes. Thank you. I listened carefully to your statement, and much of it was constitutional based. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you will admit that the quorum is constitutionally based, right?
Correct.
And the reason for, there can be 2 reasons for the quorum. You understand that? There can be 2 reasons for the
Probably more
quorum
than 2,
requirement.
but which 2 are you thinking of?
At least. Well, it can be, one, to suggest how many members, somebody said it earlier, about how many members we need to conduct business.
Yeah, the minimum number required to conduct business.
And the other, though, is what I consider to be essentially what all rules are for. We have rules generally to protect the minority. Would you agree with that?
Some rules do protect the minority.
All right.
Some protect the majority.
All right, and I don't know of one that protects the majority, but protecting the minority under the quorum requirements would give the minority the opportunity to deny a quorum. Would you not agree that that would be constitutional?
It would not be constitutional the way I read it. The Constitution says you shall meet. The word shall is mandatory. It's not discretionary. We even define the word shall in the Code Construction Act, and it says it is a duty imposed upon the member.
That's right. And so it says the legislature shall meet.
To meet, you must have the minimum number of people required
Well, that's the point
to
I was
conduct business.
That's the point I was going to ask you about, because the two would seem to clash with each other, wouldn't it?
Not at all.
If I address well, then you don't need quorum requirements then, do you? You wouldn't need it. All you need is the provision that says the legislature shall meet. And you wouldn't need a quorum requirement at all.
Well, it's one of the checks and balances as far as we want a minimum number of people to conduct business.
Well,
people
but-
could be sick,
Well, but if
and therefore you don't want a minority of the people making or passing the bills and laws.
But
It's
if
the
I
same
follow
in
your
every
logic-
community. Excuse me.
if I follow-
Excuse me.
if I follow your
Excuse
logic-
me, I'm not through with my answer. It would be the same in any organization, whether it's a Kiwanis Club or the Chamber
I got
or
that,
any other
Mr.
group.
Hayes. I got that. I got it. What I don't think you get, though, is the fact that if the Constitution says if you're relying on the shall meet to be absolutely conclusive, then you wouldn't need quorum requirements.
I would respectfully again disagree.
Why?
Say we
Why?
had an ice storm outside and people could not get here. Again, we don't want a minority of the body taking and passing bills and laws. There's all kinds of reasons.
But
Could
if
have been
it
a
says
hurricane,
shall
could have
meet-
been flood in the hill country. You want the commissioner's court in that particular county to have a quorum to conduct business.
So you're making an excuse to the Constitution for everything except what the Constitution prescribes. Because you're talking about ice storms, but the Constitution doesn't talk about ice storms.
No, it just says you have to have the
That's
minimum number of
exactly
people
my
to
point.
conduct
It says you
business.
shall meet. Well, what I'm talking about is the Constitution prescribes the quorum requirements, and that's there for a reason. That's not there for anything. Let me ask you this. We don't do over here like the Senate does, where we have a filibuster. Would you think a filibuster in the Senate was illegal?
The member's not advised.
Okay. Well, let me see if I can do it this way. The quorum is there so that we can conduct business. I think you agree to that, right?
Yes, sir.
And it specifies a number,
It
correct?
does.
And that number means that if you have less than that number, what happens?
You're not able to conduct business.
Well, but the House rules also go a little bit further, don't they?
They do. They provide that the minority may then compel attendance.
That's right. So again, that is, in my opinion, case closed about whether or not there is a constitutional link to breaking a quorum. Because that's why you have rules to try to get members back.
Well, I think the Constitution sets a clear standard. It says if people fall short and don't comply with the standard, then their attendance may be compelled, and as we know, arrest warrants can be issued and people can be brought to the chamber. Attendance is required. It is not optional.
Right. And so, but again, and maybe I'm not getting it or you're not getting it, but again, if that was all that was necessary, you wouldn't need quorum requirements.
You do not want a too small a number, passing bills. You want a sufficient number. In Texas, for some reason, we've chosen 2/3. We're only one of 4 states that require 2/3. The other 46 require a majority. That's why we don't hear a lot about quorum breaking in other
Gentleman's
states.
time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hayes.
Ms. Sheen to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this legislation only penalizes those who interfere with our legislative process. I move passage.
Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Dutton, for what purpose?
will the gentleman yield for a question?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Sure.
He yields for questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Shaheen, I'm just trying to understand the bill totally. So if members break the quorum and another person, it says a person on line 18, page 1, a person that may not knowingly make political contributions, and it says some other language, or assist an absent member of the legislature.
Talking about page 2 or page 1?
I'm on page 1. I don't know I don't know if you have. I have the original bill.
Page 1 is the definition for
It's a what?
impeding absence. It might be page 2. What section are you talking about?
Right. Well, I was just reading. It says restriction on contribution during legislator's absence. Well, and let me ask this while I'm at it. Apparently, the way the bill is structured, and according to the caption, if members break a quorum by not leaving the state, this bill wouldn't apply, would it?
If they stay within the state, the punishment doesn't apply.
I'm sorry?
If they stay within the state, the punishment doesn't apply. It's if they
That's right.
leave the state.
This bill wouldn't apply to members
Because you have,
who
because you
broke
have
a-
other provisions with respect to the sergeant of arms. civil
Right, I understand all that.
warrants. Yep.
But I just want to be sure that this only applies if members happen to go outside the state.
Right, because the enforcement ability of the state of Texas drops when an individual goes outside.
And would that be a
state.
fact issue in a hearing or something where whether or not the member went out of state or the member stayed
It
in
would
the
be
state?
part of the statement of fact that would be made to the president of the Senate or the Speaker of the House.
Okay. And the fines can be up to $5,000 according to your bill, right?
If you accept a contribution illegally, yes, sir.
Right. Who would, it says up to $5,000. Is there somebody who would decide whether that was $10 or $5 or $5,000?
That respective house.
That was what?
The respective house.
The House?
The respective house, the respective chamber.
I'm sorry, I can barely.
The respective chamber. The legislation says house, that's the legal term.
Right.
But it's in reference to both the chambers, the Senate and the House.
Okay, and so, and that was the other question I had. This bill applies to the Senate and the House, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so, but the $5,000, the House standing in full committee, as a committee of the House, would actually decide the punishment?
Yes, sir.
And that
Just like we do with all of our other enforcement and our other rules.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Just like we do with our other rules and other enforcement.
Okay, so again, I guess I'll close with this. This bill doesn't prohibit quorums, it just prohibits quorums busting for out of state.
It addresses when individuals break quorum and they gain financially from the quorum break and raise money. That's what this bill addresses.
But it only applies, though, if the quorum busters go out of state.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Move passage.
Question occurs on passage and gross of House Bill 18. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Alcott voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 86 ayes, 46 nays. House Bill 18 passes and grosses. Ms. Thompson, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the dialogue, the debate on this bill be reduced to writing and placed in the journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Chair lays out on second reading, Senate Bill 54. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 54 by Hughes relating to election procedures regarding accepting a voter with a residence address that is not current and the immediate effect of a voter's registration after the registrar's receipt of certain change of address notices.
Ms. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you're not tired of my voice, Senate Bill 54 will repeal the changes made to election codes, sections 15.025 and 63.0011, that was made by amendment to Senate Bill 2217 during the regular session. This amendment has been misrepresented to be same-day voter registration, but it's not. It was legislation that outlined how to handle a change of address in the same county of somebody already registered to vote. Same-day voter registration is prohibited by statute in Chapter 13 of the Election Code, which was not amended. The problem we are trying to address is which ballot does a voter receive if they have moved recently. Section 11.004 dictates that a voter is allowed to vote a full ballot in their old precinct. However, the statute conflicts because in section 63.0011b states a voter cannot vote in their city and ISD elections unless they move within the ISD and the city boundaries. Therefore, SB 54 will repeal the changes that were made, and we will take a deeper look during the interim at the process when a voter who is already registered changes their address.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Busey, for what purpose?
Will the gentleman yield for some questions?
Gentleman yield for questions?
Sure,
He
I'd
yields
be
for
happy to.
questions.
Thank you, Representative. I am not tired of hearing your voice. I appreciate your layout, and I think it was a fair and honest layout about what the amendment that you had carried back in May did, what's happening now. I think you cut to a lot of my questions by pointing out that it's not same-day voter registration, but we've seen that online, have we not? We've seen people saying that that amendment was same-day voter registration.
I've seen it in multiple areas.
And do we have any reason to understand why people are calling it same-day voter registration?
I don't know.
Have you seen this letter? I'm sure you have, because they sent it to my office. I'm sure they sent it to yours. Letter from the Texas Association of County Election Officials that they sent out this morning. I've got a copy here. I don't know if you've had a chance to read it. Yeah. In it, they write, county election officials supported amendment to Senate Bill 2217 during the regular session because it clarified a process in the Texas Election Code that counties had struggled to implement properly due to statutory inconsistencies and technological limitations. You're aware of that, right? You met with the clerks and they talked about why we needed that amendment. It's been it's become a partisan fight in the social media over the last week to 10 days. But this was an amendment that was practically carried to implement the needs of the clerks. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure if it was partisan. There was the county elections administrators had a convention a number of weeks ago, and there were some issues or questions raised about the amendment. You're accurate in stating that we had worked with the elections administrators and had discussions with the elections divisions of the Secretary of State's office, but there are questions about the implementation, and it goes beyond some of the parameters that I've discussed. There's questions about whether it should be a provisional ballot, should it be a limited ballot versus full ballot. So there just questions remain. So I thought it would be ideal if we just reverse the amendment and then have an open hearing during the interim and work through all the different ideas.
Let's talk about, just real quick, what the amendment did and what we're undoing so that people understand before they vote on whether we should keep it as is or undo it. Mm-hmm. The bill your bill today before us deals with procedures related to what is known as fail-safe voting.
Yeah.
So fail-safe voting is a mechanism established under the National Voting Rights Act of 1993 that allows a voter who has moved within the same county to vote his or her new precinct without having updated his or her voter registration record. Is that correct?
Yes.
But this bill is repealing something that we just put into law. It was voted on here. Do you remember what the vote was?
The amendment was unanimous.
It was 138 to 0. Everybody here was a record vote. Everybody here heard you lay it out. We've seen your layouts shared across social media over the last week. Everyone, assuming they were listening and doing the job of their constituents, heard your layout, understood it at the time, and voted unanimously for what I believe to be a really good amendment. This was a nonpartisan practical cleanup suggested by Texas election officials, but now because we've seen some right-wing propaganda online calling it same-day voter registration. In fact, I've had many of our colleagues ask me, what's up with same-day voter registration bill? We're now back here having to undo a practical amendment.
Well, I think a lot of the questions were raised during the convention of the elections administrators. There were some questions about the implementation of it, and you're right, there's confusion with respect to how to handle the different scenarios when somebody's changing their address. Again, they're a registered voter, but there's questions about that. So I took it upon myself and thought it would be prudent to reverse the amendment and then hold interim hearings and have all the different stakeholders come to the Capitol and work through all the different scenarios.
I understand that. I just think we got it right in May. And this body unanimously, and I've seen even people in this body attack you for this practical amendment, this amendment that you did in May got it right. And I'm trying to understand why we want to undo what got it right. In fact, everybody here agreed it got it right. Every single person I'm looking at them voted for it that was present and doing their job that day and showed up that day. So I'm just trying to understand why we want to undo it. I want to be sure that I understand the process a little better. Before the amendment you passed in May, a voter would be allowed to show up to their old precinct to vote using their old address. Is that correct?
If they had moved within the county.
Within the same county?
Yes, sir.
And it would be on the election worker to prepare them the proper ballot and the proper races. Is that correct?
Which was the challenge, but yes.
That is the challenge. But that's before we passed. So we're going to go back to that challenge, which, my understanding is that it's a complex thing to do on the fly because you're talking about down ballot races most of the time. If you're in the same county, you're not talking about the statewide ballots usually. You're talking about like school board or some lower level ballots usually. And so if it's correct that if a poll worker makes a mistake in creating the ballot, they could be held criminally liable. Isn't that correct?
I think you have to show intent for that. I think if it was a mistake that was inadvertent, I don't believe there's a criminal penalty for that.
My understanding is it is, but either way, your amendment was helping to clean that up at the request of the clerks.
That was the attempt, but again, once the passage of the Senate bill, there have been questions raised about what is the best approach, and so again, I thought it'd be prudent to reverse the amendment and study it more during the interim. As you said, it's a very complex process. If you go to vote, the very first thing that the poll worker asks you when you hand your ID is this your current address or not? And how you handle that based on where you just moved to and whether it's a ISD city race versus federal, state, or county. There's some complexities there. So I think it is prudent for us to take a look at this during the interim.
I just think to the point of why I'm asking the questions is we have a problem where people are not voting where they live. And so if they have moved within the county, we want them to vote where they live. We want to make sure that they are voting for the people that represent them. And that's what the amendment did. It wasn't same-day voter registration, as you accurately pointed out in your layout. It was cleaning up, making sure that they weren't voting where they no longer lived. Right. Why should they get to vote for a school board candidate where they no longer live? They should vote for the school board candidate where they now live. Don't you agree with that, with representation in the vote?
Yeah, I mean, ideally you're voting where you reside. There was some complexity, though. There were some questions about, do you make that a provisional ballot? Do you limit the ballot as far as what elections it covers?
Well, and the 93 Voting Rights Act makes some of that even more complex because they have a right to still cast their vote because they are legally registered already. So anyone saying online that this is same-day voter registration is just spewing made-up, I'll say, lies instead of BS. What I'm just really wondering is why everyone here voted for this good amendment to make sure people were actually voting for the representatives where they live, and now we would carry a bill to undo that.
Well, I would like to say I did a really good job laying the amendment out.
I agree you did.
But it's probably along the lines of, I think once a broader audience and more stakeholders saw the change that was made. I think questions arose, like the convention that I mentioned and the like. So I think it's reasonable and prudent to reverse the amendment that was made and have a interim hearing.
I would just say we work fast here. We work 5 months, and then whenever the governor has an agenda item beyond that, every 2 years, you got it right. It's hard to stand up here and be fighting Representative Shaheen for a good Representative Shaheen amendment just 2 months ago, but you got it right 2 months ago. And what we're doing now is we're undoing something that means we vote for our representatives. It means actual representation to say we now want you to vote for somebody else's representatives. That's what undoing it does. And so I just want, if I understand that correctly, that would be correct, right? I'm supposed to ask this in the form of question. If we undo it and you moved, but within the same county, you would now have to vote at your old address, correct?
That's accurate.
So members, I think it's important to hear that answer. You got it right 2 months ago. You're about to undo what you did right and say, I want you to no longer vote for your representative. I want you to vote for a representative from a past residence. The governor's playing politics with this call. You got it right 2 months ago. We need to vote no on this bill.
I don't think the governor's playing politics, but let me just close by saying, look, the election process is complex, and it's very complex when you're going in to vote and you've recently changed your address, and how you handle that, and which ballot you handle, and the like. So it's very reasonable when key stakeholders have questions that we as a legislative body hold an interim hearing and make a determination. And we can fix this very prudently during the next regular session. It does no harm to reverse the amendment. So I would ask you to vote in favor of SB 54. Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
The question occurs on passage third reading. It's a record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Shaheen voting aye. King voting aye. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? 87 ayes, 46 nays. Senate Bill 54 passed third reading. Members, it is the intent of the chair to adjourn briefly to begin a new legislative day. Mr. Sheen moves the House stand adjourned until 5:11 p.m. The Would she like to make that when we begin or at the end before we go? Okay, we'll wait till the end and have her do it.
Okay, sorry. Can you take this announcement? What's the name?
Hi. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Okay.
Tomorrow at 6 p.m. for real. Are we having a big party? You got a DJ?
Got a party, DJ. It's going to be fun. Got all the stuff coming over from the Senate. There's no reason to be here during the day. People go work and make a living. That's Senate time. That's what the Senate always does. Comes in at 6.
Y'all have fun.
6. The House will come to order. Members, please register. Have all members registered? A quorum is present. Mr. Shaheen moves to excuse those members on this legislative day who were excused on the previous legislative day. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Mr. Shaheen moves to further reading and referral of bills until the end of the day's business. Is there objection? Chair is none, so ordered. Chair lays out on third reading HB 18. Recognize Mr. Shaheen. Clerk, read the bill.
HB number 18 by Shaheen, relating to the making to or acceptance of political contributions by and the making of political expenditures by a member of the legislature during certain absences from the state, authorizing a civil penalty.
Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Mr. Shaheen voting aye. Have all members voted? All members voted. 86 ayes, 46 nays. House Bill 18 is finally passed. Chair lays out on third reading. SB 54. Clerk, read the bill.
SB number 54 by Hughes, relating to election procedures regarding accepting a voter with the residence address that is not current and the immediate effect of a voter's registration after the registrar's receipt of certain change of address notices.
Mr. Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, move passage.
Question occurs on final passage. Record vote. Clerk, ring the bell. Have all members voted? 86 ayes, 46 nays. Senate Bill 54 is finally passed. Chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins for an announcement.
Members, I have an important announcement. Upon adjournment, the Texas Legislative Black Caucus will be meeting in the members' lounge. Thank y'all for listening.
Members, may I have your attention? Please take your seat in your conversations outside the rail. Chair recognizes Ms. Gervin Hawkins.
Members, you know, we've all been blessed to be selected to be one of the 150 that's here in these chambers. Throughout our careers, we all have an agenda, whatever that agenda is, and many of us have different agendas. But we all know, and hopefully and prayerfully believe that all of us is here for the right reason, and that is to serve our constituents well. And sometimes it's time to say goodbye. And so today, let's honor one of our individuals who have decided to make that ultimate decision that she's done her best. My desk mate, who has given me many times words of wisdom to keep me strong, dealing with some of these most important things that we address here. When you serve 20 plus years of your life, that's major to give the citizens of the great state of Texas. So today, we honor my desk mate, Dr. Alma Allen, who has not only served as a representative, but she also served on the State Board of Education. And I met her some 33 years ago in that role. And I am who I am today because of this lady here, Dr. Alma Allen.
Chair recognizes Dr. Allen.
This was easy when I wrote it. And now, as I stand here with all of you surrounding me, I'm a little bit, but it's okay. I'll get through it. Mr. Speaker, my fellow House members, today I am formally announcing my retirement. Retirement from everything. I don't know that most of you know that I retired 25 years ago from the Houston Independent School District after 39 years there. When I left the Houston Independent School District, I went to Prairie View A&M as an adjunct professor, and I served 5 years there. Ran for office, and I couldn't stay at Prairie View because we make decisions on their funding. And I resigned from Prairie View A&M the day I was sworn into the Capitol here. When I served in the Houston Independent School District as a teacher, assistant principal, personnel, I left my heart there. It was my pleasure to educate children, teach teachers how to teach, and I think I left the world a little bit better than I found it. I have been a servant of the people all of my life. Didn't look for riches. We didn't get rich teaching, and I certainly did not get rich when I came here. In fact, sometimes it costs me money to save here. Sometimes I pay on the money that I get here. We pay taxes on the per diem. Something's got to change with that, too. You can do that. And so, after 20 years, and when I finally go home, it'll be 22 years, because I'm going to serve until the end of my session. And that'll be this session and another year. What am I going to do with my time? I am going to help other young people run for office, free of charge, no consultant fees, no advice, no nothing. I'm just going to be free of charge, because sometimes it's hard to raise money, and people can't do it, and especially to come and take a job that does not pay anything. After I left the State Board of Education, after 20 years serving there, my son took my seat. He stayed there 18 years. I think he did a wonderful job. After being a principal of school, high school teacher, assistant principal, served on the State Board of Education. And so now I think it's time to pass the torch to a new generation. And I totally intend to pass my seat on to my son. You will meet him real soon, and you'll be able to live with him when he gets here. He's marvelous, not because I'm his mom, because he is. I want to thank all of you for supporting me. And I want to thank all of you who supported me to pass bills on both sides of the aisle. You had a lot of help. You can't pass a bill without working with the people in the room. And so we did a lot. I have some special people that I want to thank. I want to thank Sinfronia, my first grade classmate. We did first grade together. It was a wonderful time, and many of you sometimes don't know history of people who have spent some time on this earth. And in our class, 3 of us have been here, first grade. I don't want to say what year it was, but Al Edwards came out of that class, Sinfronia Thompson came out of the class, and I came out of the class. We had lots of good teachers. My first grade teacher was Miss Green, right? Miss Green, and she, when I was teaching, we taught together when I started teaching. Her name was Miss Rick Maiden then. And so my world's been fascinating. One of the other things I'm going to do is write a book. I'm going to do that. And so I want to say thank you to Sinfronia, who has in many ways been my idol and helped me so very much on this long journey that I've had here. All of you have. I want to thank Anna. Where's Anna? And I asked her to come over here. She's up there? Hold your hand up, Anna. That's my chief of staff. That's my brains. That's my right arm, my left arm, my crutch when I need to walk. That's my Anna. 20 years she's been with me. And in fact, people, my entire staff have been with me the whole time I've been here. I don't know how many of you can say that, but I hope you use it as an example on how to keep people around you. My legacy to you is love. Love one another. There's some brains in this room. Lots of good brains, lots of good ideas. And when we all put them together, what a wonderful world this will be. We're not opposing each other. We're thinking about Texas. Texas, 30 years from today, you won't be around, but your effects will be around. The people you are serving now will not be around. Their children will be around. Your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, my great-grandchildren. And think what a world you are making for them. That's important. So every decision you make will affect people for generations to come in a world you will never see. Think about it. And so for each of you, let me say thank you. It's important, the things you do in this room, the legacy you will leave. And as I leave, and when you get where I am and you think about your legacy, you think, what are you leaving? You're thinking, what are you leaving for your children? What are you leaving for your community? What impact did you have? Like my pastor used to say, just Or did you come and just breathe the air, suck up all the air, and not make a difference? Today, I suck up, share my air. But I hope I'm leaving a legacy. I hope my children appreciate my legacy. And when I talked to my son about taking this seat, I said, I want you to fill my shoes, but I want you to fill them at your rate. You have to do 10% better than me. He can do it. Thank you very much. Thank all of you. Thank you. You want to speak? We need a song. You can
Ms.
speak or
Bowers.
sing or whatever you want to do.
I want to say something to you. Do you want to go? Do you want to say? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we honor and celebrate an extraordinary career of a woman whose legacy will forever echo through the halls of the Texas House of Representatives, and that is Representative Alma Allen. Thank you for being my mentor. Before I even got here, I was told if you're going to be about education, you need to meet Dr. Alma Allen. Never did I know that I would pick the seat directly behind her and be given the gift and the blessing of a house mom. My mom even knows you're my house mom. And you showed me where the restroom was. You told me that my dress was cute, but I was going to be cold down here. You told me how to put lunch money on my account. And I'll never, never forget you for all of the things and the conversations that we've had. Just the nights you told me to look up at the stars. and what does it say? You have been a blessing to me, and I know what a blessing you've been to everybody else. But as my mentor, I want to say thank you. I can never thank you enough, but I can pass the torch and certainly share all the pearls that you've shared with me with the others that come behind.
You're a big girl now.
Yes, thank you. I love you.
Speaker, thank you, members.
Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Mr. Moody, for what purpose?
We're gonna miss you.
Mr. Speaker,
You're an institution, a legend.
I'd move to have the remarks of Representative Kervin Hawkins, Representative Allen, and Representative Bowers reduced to writing and placed in the House Journal.
Members, you've heard the motion. Is there any objection? Chair hears none, so ordered.
Congratulations. You've done all your life.
Thank you.
Thank you for all you've done all your life. Appreciate you. We love you.
Members, the Speaker's desk is clear. Mr. Lozano moves the House recess pending the reading and referral of bills, the receipt of messages, granting the Senate's request to appoint conferees and administrative actions until 6 p.m. Wednesday, in memory of Commissioner David Hall of Calhoun County. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and the House stands recessed pending the reading and referral bills, the receipt of messages, granting the Senate's request to appoint conferees and administrative actions.
The House will come to order. The following resolutions on first reading and referral. The clerk will read the resolutions.
The following resolutions are being referred to the Committee on Local Consent Calendars, HCR number 20 by Craddock, HR number 146 by Hunter, HR number 149 by Moody. The following resolutions by Flores are being referred to the Committee on Local Consent Calendars, HR 150, HR 155, and HR 159. HR 151 by Buckley, HR 152 by Buckley, HR 153 by Kerwin, HR 154 by Harless, HR 156 by Curry, HR 158 by Dyson.
Pursuant to a motion previously adopted, the House stands recessed until 6 p.m. Wednesday. Correction members, the House stands at ease.
The House will come to order.
Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Doorkeeper,
Mr. Speaker, I have a message from the Senate door of the House.
admit the messenger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm directed by the Senate to inform the House.
House will stand at ease.